Good afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it might be for you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second season of the NCSA Duo Cup. My name is Acronator. I'll be the producer and host occasionally when we're not in game for today and tomorrow. And right now we have the two casters joining me, Nualak and Stealth JT. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling great. Looking forward to today.
I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited about this.
We have quite the jam-packed day for everyone. Not the full bracket this time around. We're not doing the 7-hour marathon like the first time. My voice thanks you randomized, but we are going to be seeing most of the teams here in the first couple of rounds. So let's talk a little bit about the bracket and what we will be seeing. Now I have a little fancy screen share graphic to help everyone along. You can see the spreadsheet here on stream. So you can see the four teams up on the top here are in green. Those are the invited teams from the PATC event a couple of weeks ago. Now we have, currently 17 other teams, because you do have Delta Ultimate Duo, Ski Freak, and Exotica, who got third place last time around, last December, but couldn't make it for whatever reason this time. I don't have the juicy details on that one. But we do have the other teams. We're going to be going through a little bit of a qualifier to see who is going to be placed into the draft groups, right? Some teams will fall out of this one in particular. And we can even go over to the open qualifier bracket. You can see the Delta Ultimate Duo there. In red, unfortunately had to forfeit, but you could see the first couple of matchups. The first match that we're going to be watching is Cheesedom, Runa, Steel Kings, and CEO of No Slides. We kept saying Neo Slides in the pre-stream. But we got Randomize and Rookie, Random, and Cheese Lover. Chat, you're going to have to remind me. Is Cheese Lover Hydro or North? I can never remember. Either way. We do have Silly and Alex, and then Simon and Havoc. That's a very interesting team. I would love to be behind the scenes to hear those discussions of, hey, you want to team up? Yeah, sure. Anyways, let's head back to the desk real quick. So I guess you guys are getting your first Dual Cup casting experience, because I was the only one to have casted it up until this point. What are you guys thinking in terms of teams? Any teams stand out to you of the 17 that are going to be competing for the qualifier?
I mean, I'm maybe slightly a little bit partial. I do have some affiliation with the wall inspectors, so anyone anyone competing, so arrow to the knee, wall inspectors too. Obviously, I'd love to see them do well. But I'm just really excited to see everybody play. I love watching. I'm a very casual Trackmania player, so in terms of my skills, so seeing high level play is always exciting.
Listen, I'm unfamiliar with the Duo format. I'm looking forward to learning more about it, and I am also still relatively unfamiliar with the North American scene. I'm learning, I've been casting a lot of North American Trackmania over the last while, but in terms of especially within this format, which teams are going to do well, because both players have to win in finalist mode, makes it a little bit more spicy. You have to consider a lot of different matchups in each match as well. So what I'm saying is I think the first seeds are going to do really well.
Fair enough.
Valid. Super valid.
Yeah. I mean, we're just looking at the top couple of teams. I think it's obvious that some of these will make it through the qualifier, whereas let's even head back over to the screen share just to look, the team I'm most interested in seeing would be the AAAs. I think what you're going to see in game. Some of these names are far too long to fit into the team names, but CD and Imports. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, wait, Imports in Germany, isn't he? Yes, but he's an American national, which allows him to compete. So him and CD are the EVO representation here. No idea how trained they are, but it's going to be interesting to see, right? Because actually, as Nua is unfamiliar with the NA scene, I'm unfamiliar with a lot of the European scene, other than the obvious big name. So I have no idea how good of a player Import is. I know CD's pretty good, but how trained are they? How much of this is just for fun? I don't know.
That is a team that, having talked to the two of them and seen them play a little bit, I feel like they could be slightly higher up the seeding if they're trained. And, that is definitely a big if.
Yeah. Now, actually, we haven't even talked a little bit about the format, because this is a little bit different, right? It is a cup mode, so we are going to be seeing teams play up to a finalist position, and then each of them do have to win a separate round of finalists, but the points are linked. What you're going to be seeing in game is points right next to each of the players' names. That's the team points, and then in parentheses, for a little bit of bragging rights amongst the team, you will see different points between basically every single player, because that's the individual points they've contributed, even though they're all linked. We shouldn't have any Air Kentucky Fried Chicken, that's their team name this time around. Dummy and Cosmo shouldn't have the same issue they had last time around, or Dummy had to do the miraculous almost comeback and deny like 5 million times. If at least I believe this was the case. I think it's fixed now, or maybe we just have so many admins present that it won't be a problem. But if a player used to get disconnected, their points would become disconnected, and even if they came back, they'd regain points from then on, but they'd have to keep like fighting separately. They'd hit finalists at a different time from their opponent, and that's where Dummy kind of got his teeth cut a little bit in terms of that whole mysticism around the kid. Hopefully it doesn't happen this time around. Spectrum maybe behaves, who knows? But we are
doubtful if you know Spectrum. I'm just kidding. I hope that doesn't happen.
I have Spectrum. I don't usually have issues, so I think it's just a regional thing. Kentucky Spectrum is apparently worse than New England Spectrum. But actually, do I have Spectrum? I have no idea off the top of my head. But here's to hoping. So we do have just a couple more minutes before we get into the open qualifier. I'm kind of glancing over at Discord because we can't join the lobbies, the players or the spectators, until we get the word from Randomize that everything's good, because once people join, the lobbies actually do start, like the whole countdown and everything, so we want to make sure it's all happening in one big wave as to not mess anything up. We had some issues with that last time around as well. The 4 teams that we won't be seeing in the open qualifier, obviously, like I said, the 4 invited teams from the PATC. That is, of course, Lingo and Cackney for Wash. Damascus Gaming actually being like the one notable named team here, being Neil and Charles. Bad PC Gamer and Spoder for Wall Inspectors, and then Jampy and Odez for Kachow. But they will be drafting people based off of how they position themselves in the open qualifier. So they get like an hour and a half-ish to get everything set up and ready. But let's see, are the lobbies up? I don't believe they are. Randomize is probably running around like a chicken with his head cut off, so we're going to be stalling for a little bit longer, folks. Bear with us. But yeah, we do actually, you know what? I do remember there is a little bit of thing that we have to give a bit of thanks to, right? Because we do have a sponsor, and there is the ability to still donate to the prize pool. In particular, we here at the DuoCup would like to extend thanks to HD Enlightenment, not Entanglement. I got it right this time. I wrote it down for his generous contribution to the prize pool. Also, I believe Cosmos donated just recently. And if you love watching or competing in Trackmania events, HD hosts a weekly event every Saturday at 4 p.m. ET, which is 10 p.m. CET. It's open to everyone from any region in the world, with a $100 prize pool split amongst the top 2 players each week, and that allows you to earn points towards the yearly leaderboard, qualifying into the top 8 for a $1,000 event coming later this December. You can follow the links on screen to find his socials, as well as the Kentucky Trackmania Discord, where the event is held. Anyways, back to regularly scheduled programming. You're going to be hearing that a few more times over the course of this stream and then tomorrow, because we got to thank the people that actually support these events monetarily. It's not something everyone can do.
No, it's absolutely not. I'm genuinely looking forward to this draft section, because obviously we're sitting here and saying like, well, some of these teams are hard to rank. We don't know how trained people are. I feel like in general, a lot of the players have a much better idea of how everyone is prepared for the event. So when it gets into the draft section, like I feel like we're going to end up seeing a couple of teams get picked way later or way earlier than we expect them to, because everyone else in the tournament already knows like, oh, they're not actually prepared coming into today.
Yeah. Stuff like that is that's what I'm really excited to see.
Yeah,
is that, at least from my perspective, sort of that unknown. Like that's what I'm it's like waiting to open a Christmas present. It's like I just gotta know. I gotta know what's coming up, and when we get to see stuff like that, that's always gonna be a really good time.
Okay, I just got word from Randomize we are good to join the lobby, so I think I'm just going to send it over to the casters per se. You won't be seeing more from me until we're done with this first round. So good luck, break a leg, fellas.
Thank you.
Hopefully not. I like my legs.
Hopefully not.
Listen, I'm a gamer. I don't use them as much as I should. We can accept, I can say that. I can accept that. We can all accept that we don't exercise as much as we should.
It's so real. It shouldn't be that way. But it is.
But it do be that way. Absolutely. They don't think it be like it do, but it is, unfortunately. This first match is going to be an exciting one. What did we say? So, see, first of all, with this format, I got to remember it's Team Cheesedom, Runa, Steel Kings, and CEOs of No Slides. And then I got to go in and check that is Random and Cheese Lover, Randomize and Rookie, that is Sully and Alex Share, and then it's Simon and Havoc.
Yeah.
A lot of players. And we're not even doing. There's a five team match going on. That's too many teams.
This is like the easy one.
Yeah.
Three. Yeah, I'm just here for the vibes. You know, it's gonna be a good time. I'm definitely gonna have to be referencing this sheet to make sure that I am on top of my game here. But I think, like I said, with high level play, it's just a good time.
Yeah. One of the things I don't think we got to there in the kind of pre-show is specifically the reason we're doing the qualifiers, because there is a draft coming up after this anyway. So the top 4 teams are just going to be picking teams anyway. So what's the point of doing this? The qualifier is going to divide teams into 3 tiers, and also knock some teams out. That's correct. Yeah. So I believe it is 6 teams get eliminated. 5 teams because we're missing a team. So 5 teams will get eliminated. There will be 12 remaining teams divided into 3 groups of 4 based on their finishing positions, whether they finish in the upper or lower bracket, having won or lost their first and second matches. And then there will be 1 team from each of those tiers that each of our top 4 seeds select. So it does mean that there's some balancing. Stealth, it was called during our chat before we got on air, the Nexotica clause, to deny any of our top 4 seeds from just deliberately stacking their match as quickly as possible.
Hey, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know.
It is a very funny power move, and also does absolutely destroy seeding for the rest of the event and potentially screw the bracket, but it is very funny.
It's, you know, sometimes things happen and you just got to learn and you got to move forward from them. And, you know, I think that's what we've done here.
To stop one person.
Exactly. Someone gets creative one time, they get away with it, and then they don't get to do it ever again. But that's perfect.
Have you ever watched any, I think it's Sports Base or Sports SB Nation on YouTube?
I feel like I have.
Wonderful. They're one of those channels where like they've popped up in everyone's recommended at some point, I feel like. But they've done like series of videos about weird rules. And I remember there was one about like a hockey goalkeeper who, because of him, there's a rule that you basically can't like build snowmen in the goal or something, because he would just like stack piles of snow in front of his net. He'd get scraped out. And it was like, they were kind of like, yeah, obviously that's against the rules, but they didn't actually have a rule.
There's no written rule for it. Yeah. It's like, you shouldn't be doing.
Why would anyone think of doing that? But, you know, sometimes you got to have a written rule.
Yeah, I mean, it's until someone does it, right? Until someone comes up with something that we all just kind of assumed was going to be outside of the realm of possibility.
Yeah. No, I love it.
Gotta push the boundaries.
I do love, like, cricket, notorious for their, like, you know, gentlemanly rules. The sportsmanlike behavior is a necessity. To the point where the T20 World Cup is on at the moment. The USA doing very well. I don't know if you're aware of this.
I don't follow cricket at all.
It's one of those sports that nobody does unless you're from, like, India or England or Pakistan.
Like big.
But, like, then your country does well. Like, oh, the USA knocked Pakistan out of this World Cup. And, like,
I saw
a big deal.
I saw so there's been a trend on Twitter recently that's like Americans could never handle cricket. Like, it was these memes, and then everyone's like, Europeans could never understand this, and it's like a clip of a Major League Baseball game or something like that. And then the US won that match, and they were like, Europeans were coming for us, so now we're just gonna go dominate cricket, I guess.
It is entertaining. But anyway, the point of that was there's a review rule in cricket where, like, you know, you can review whether or not you were actually out. And a guy called for a review, was clearly out and started walking off the pitch before the review ended, and the umpire actually called him out. And the commentator was like, that's bad manners. If you're going to call the review and you were clearly out, you got to wait there and let the umpire do his job.
Sit there and let it simmer. Hey, you know? I love that.
Very funny. Yeah,
I love that.
I'm kind of like, he's not wrong. It's also one of those things where you're like, you don't need a rule for that, but it would be very funny if there was one.
Right? Just some sort of penalty. Or like literally, like you could be ejected or something if you walk out.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's like you have to stand there.
Like we kind of. The funny thing is, I feel like esports has that a lot of the time, right? Like if players leave matches early, if players rage quit matches even when it's clearly over, like a lot of esports does punish that behavior. So what I'm saying is, esports better than cricket, and that's looped us all the way back into Trackmania, best goddamn esport of them all. We're back on track.
On top, baby.
DuoCup is going to be starting soon. We are, I think, at a point where we have all 8 of the players that we need in this lobby. We are just waiting for the match to actually kick its way off. Stealth, I'm going to ask you, I mean, in this match, we have, what are the seeds coming into this match? Well, it would appear that the spreadsheet is broken for me, so I can't tell you. That's ideal. I think that's probably good.
4, 5,
we do have 4th and 5th and 12th and 13th.
Yep.
Yeah. How you feel? Did Cheesedom 4th seed, Runa 5th seed, Steel Kings 12th, CEOs of No Slides 13th? Do you think, are we just going to get seed order for finishing order?
I don't want to say yes and it seem disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
But generally speaking, when seeding is that split, it tends to go that way.
Yeah, like you expect to see 4th and 5th place kind of finishing
doing better.
1 and 2. Yeah. And 12th and 13th maybe upsetting some rents. Yeah, especially in the format like this where I think a lot of our lower seed teams look like they have one player who's maybe a little bit weaker, and the fact that you need both of your players to finish ahead of the other team makes it like harder. In a one-person tournament, in a solo tournament, like one player can maybe squeak out a close win a little bit easier, but when you need 2 players to pull that off in the same match, that gets a lot harder. Yeah,
when everyone has to be able to beat everyone else. It's not just one person being able to carry the flag there. It definitely adds almost not a layer of like a skill check, but sort of like you both have to be firing on all cylinders to be successful here.
Yeah. Which is just what we're doing is setting the stage for any potential upset being that much more exciting.
Exactly. It'll be great.
Which will be great. Now, players are driving, but there are points on the server. So I'm going to say probably it's not actually a live round just yet, but we got to be getting pretty close.
Yeah.
See, the issue is Randomize wanted us to cast his match, using a little bit of admin pull there to, get on stream. Look, no accusations, it's fair enough. But also Randomize does have to go and make sure all of the other servers are correctly set up, which
is sort of the busiest competitor today. Yeah,
absolutely. And I'm, to be honest, glad that someone is doing it.
Yeah, seriously. Couldn't be me, so.
No, literally never. I had enough problems just trying to get a single stream running earlier for the Welsh tournament, and I wasn't doing anything else. And honestly, it was a struggle.
And what I was doing was not that complicated.
Yeah.
It was still enough.
It's tough. I'm looking forward to this. There was a map pool. 5 maps in this tournament, correct?
Yes, 5. I believe.
3 of which are the ones that have been shared throughout the other NCSA tournaments this season. Which is Emerald, Cryon, and oh god, I know the third one. I've watched it so many times. Golden Hour. I love Golden Hour. How did I forget Golden Hour? Thank you very much, Acronator, for being in my ear.
We love
also, then there's the 2 new maps, which are Jade and Stealth. You know what the 5th map is. I've already done 4.
Surely. What was that? Let me think. Ramps. It's that one. Ramps. That's my favorite map of all time, actually.
Yeah. Sure. I was going to go and check out the 2 new maps, and then I started playing Jade, and then it was like 90 minutes later, and I'd run out of time, and I was still playing Jade. So
here I am.
Listen, I really enjoyed Jade. It was a good time. I didn't get very good at it in the time that I played, but about 24 hours later, Dummy messaged me and asked if I wanted his DuoCup spot because I was ahead of him after he'd done like 2 runs on the map. And then he messaged me again like 24 hours later and was like 6 seconds faster than me. And I was like, yeah, fair enough.
I just had to play the map like one more time.
Yeah, no, I would have gotten it. Like, look, I didn't even get a proper clean run in. So, you know, and that says, I think, more about my skill level than anything else. But we'll leave that to the side. Exactly. Like, it's beating erratically, arguably kind of cardiac arrest kind of worried symptoms. Players are joining teams. We got a blue team, a red team, a green team, and a purple team. The good news is that those team names will pop up at the top of the screen once we load on in. And we should be getting ready to get started here in a second. My point of all that was you should recognize some of these matches players are joining the wrong teams, which is super exciting. Okay, guys.
Purple is looking pretty stacked today.
It's looking pretty good. The thing is, though, a genuine and serious disadvantage in this format to have more players on your team.
True.
Like, actually,
all four of you would have to win.
Yeah.
It would be something else.
Like, genuinely harder. It is better to just have one person on your team in the format than it is to have two. Having four, twice as hard to win the match.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you would have intimidation on your side.
Okay.
Randomize
has just asked the players not to spam the join team button because they've discovered that adds another message in chat about them joining the team. And immediately they did all, in fact, start spamming the button, which, like, I'm not saying that the NCSA community can't follow instructions, but, like, you know.
It has nothing to do with the NCSA community. That's gamers.
That's also true, yeah.
That's everybody.
God bless them. Can't live with them.
Can't live without them.
No, I was leaving it there.
No.
Gamers,
those are my people. Those are my people. Although I'm a rule follower, so I don't really like to break the rules like that, but, you know.
Yeah, no, it's
someone else does, and I don't have to deal with the repercussions.
Yeah. If I can egg someone else on, if I, you know, like Varys from Game of Thrones, I'm in the shadows getting other people to break the rules and not getting in trouble for it. Ideal.
Easy.
That was a Game of Thrones reference in 2024, by the way. That's Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, House of Dragon just came out again, right? Season 2?
I've never watched. I've watched like one episode of Game of Thrones ever, and no episodes of House of the Dragon. So. I did read all the books a long time ago, to be fair. But hey, we don't have to talk about my nerdy behavior. Guys, listen, no more Game of Thrones. The NCSA DuoCup starts here. Qualifiers, Cheesdom, Runa, Steel Kings, and CEOs of No Slide teams match to their colors up above. Who knows exactly how the points will work? We'll figure it out once they finish their first round. And then the players will, of course. It's 150 points limit, I can tell you that much. Once they get there, both players on the team will have to win a round, which is going to be easier said than done.
Yeah, getting two players on the same team to beat the rest of the field in a single run is definitely going to be a challenge that they are going to have to deal with when they get there. But until then, we just get to watch some people who are way better than me be really good at this game.
I think you could take them.
Surely.
Yeah. Solid first round for Team Cheesdom, who do come in as the top seed in this match. They are the 4th seed overall in this qualifier, and they are going to pick themselves up a second and a third. Rookie sniping at the line by 0.02 of a second is pretty quick, pretty good, pretty impressive to take that away. And a very solid time as well. Absolutely right.
Yeah, we saw early Simon made a mistake and fell out. So CEO of No Slides is going to have a bit of a deficit in points early there, but yeah. 2,000s. I love seeing the small number differences right there.
No, absolutely. And the snipe by Rookie there as well, managing to take away first place, means that Runa and Cheesdom are tied after one round, which is pretty exciting. Unfortunately, though, Randomize, well, he hasn't dropped away just yet. I was looking at the scoreboard and seeing him a long way down and forgetting that at the first checkpoint, the teams have not separated yet. But it does kind of seem already like our 4th and 5th seed teams are separating themselves from the 12th and 13th seed. Steel Kings and CEOs of No Slide find themselves in the bottom 4 for a second round in a row.
Yeah, like we said right before this match started, you don't want seeding to so heavily determine the outcome of the match, but sometimes it just works that way. But there's a lot of time left to go. I mean, we're only in the second round here, so plenty of time for drivers to, start to warm up. For me personally, when I start When I hop on the game, it takes me a while to get there.
Wait,
So.
Rookie and Randomize have both failed to finish. Hey, remember that top 4 they had?
It do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, that's a 7th and an 8th instead. So they've gone from tied for first to where will this finish them up? Well, second, but
second.
It's a close second.
But not quite as close.
not quite as close.
A little bit different this time.
Cheesdom kind of rocket off into the distance there after a single round. Picking up a first and a second will do that for you.
Yeah, that's a really solid strategy here, and being able to pick up a first and a second, if they can do that, like we mentioned earlier, that is what they're going to need to do to end up winning these matches. So if they can both consistently hold forward positions in the pack, that is huge.
Yeah. All right, Stealth, I need you to go with me on this one. I can't wait for the Swiss stage to start tomorrow. That's right, the top 4 teams are only playing tomorrow. That includes the team that Lingo is playing on. They're not going to be playing tonight, and they don't even need to keep watching. They could go to bed.
Yeah.
Acronator, I said go with me on this one. It's our only chance to knock Lingo out of the tournament early.
Into it. Just tell him to not show up, and then he can't win.
It'll be fine. Hey, that's a pretty close round up at the top again. Randomize kind of struggling a little bit to start things off on Emerald. Hey, had less warm-up time than everyone else, was trying to get the servers ready, so that's fair enough. But again, with this format, like, yes, Rookie is up there and competing and looking quick, but Randomize is kind of struggling against some of the Steel Kings players, against some of the CEOs of No Slide, and will need to beat them in a round in order to get through at the end.
Yeah, consistency is a big thing in any sort of these competitions. So seeing if they can find their groove again is a big part of this. I can say personally, sometimes you feel comfortable on a track and then you start to lose that flow, and then all of a sudden you just can't really get back onto that line you're looking for. So yeah, it's a mental game. As soon as you realize you're sort of not quite in that same spot you'd like to be, trying to get back and find it, especially when you're competing against people who definitely feel like they are in that zone. It's a big mental battle with yourself to kind of get yourself back into a spot where you can be competing here. But yeah, these rounds are shaking up. We see a good diversity in terms of the top positions here, though. Rookie up front, but...
Yeah, Simon having a great round on this one. Was having a great round on this one. There's a respawn in the middle of the track there. Unfortunately, going to send him a long way down. Rookie will win another round. Cheesdom continues to just lock up the top 3 spots. I think the 2 of them together have been on the podium in every single round so far, which... it shows in the scoreboard, right? They are really starting to rack some points up as a team here, and a pretty even split between the 2 of them as well. You can see the individual contributions to overall score in the brackets on the scoreboard there. A little bit more for Cheese Lover than for Random, but I think they're both pulling their weight pretty fairly.
Yeah, they're both performing really well right now, and like I said, that's exactly what they're going to need to be able to be successful in an event like this, where both need to be taking top spots. Granted, all it takes is one person from another team to steal one of those top 2 spots.
Yep.
To keep this competition going. So while they're playing well, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a guaranteed lock for them.
No, absolutely not. As we move on to one of the new maps for this DuoCup, heading to ramps. And don't tell anyone, Stealth, this is my first look at the map.
I won't tell anyone because this is my first look at most of the maps. So.
Oh, well, hey, it's going to be fun. Ooh, bobsleigh with a no steer, that looked like, in the middle, or at least something. We'll see what it actually is as we go through it there. The reset block directly afterwards, though, does make me feel like that's what we're looking at, and that is kind of spicy. Should be an exciting map anyway as we get on into it here. I'm going to stay on board with Randomize, just see how he's feeling on this map after a rough start on Emerald. Can he start to pick it up? The answer immediately is no.
It's, you know, I'm not Caster's curse is a thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And I think we might have scientific evidence of it now.
Yeah, especially given, I mean, I don't think Randomize could have asked for a better second map in the random pool to go to after a rough first map, given that he built this map. It kind of feels like hey, this was designed to give him a chance to kind of ease his way back into the match. But hey, look, we can't talk about it too much. Down in 7th place at the moment, and Ramps is splitting the field a lot more than Emerald did over the course of those rounds, which maybe makes sense. Emerald has been in the map pool for a while now. You'd expect players to be very comfortable on it. This is looking like a funky map. There is a lot of difficult transitions, a lot of difficult jumps and speed checks to hit, and kind of tough for some of the players, and it's the top 4 separated by a full 2 seconds in round 1.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of variance in times here, and I think you're right. I think the fact that this is a newer map is
2 DNFs
is a
one
large
DNF
contribution to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, just seeing a DNF at all, I feel like
crazy.
in this format is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And I was very nearly 2. I think someone snuck in right under the gun.
Yeah, ramps, hopefully it was just a one-off, and Randomize can start to settle down here a little bit and start to feel a bit more comfortable. Alex, you can see having a bit of a mistake there, falling back behind again. But
yeah, Randomize gonna hopefully have a good round here because his teammate has made a rare mistake. Rookie now dropping a long way down the field. Cheeselover and Random continue to do well up until Random slides completely out of the track. Seen a couple of players do that. A couple in the first round, now happening to Random in this round. Randomize looking much better in this round though, in a battle wheel to wheel with Cheeselover for the full 10 points at the top.
Yeah, and an absolutely great competitive spot here, headed toward the end of this map.
I like that quarter pipe.
That
Honestly,
quarter pipe is
like
great.
Looking cool. Big fan so far, and well, Randomize did well to putting this together. Decent speed towards the end, but Cheeselover with a lower line is going to win this round. Cruise on through to first place. World record on the track currently sits at a 57.4, 58.6 from Cheeselover to win that round. There's plenty of room left for these players to improve. But I think we kind of knew that, just looking at how these rounds were shaking out anyway, right? That there is definitely time being left on track at the moment. Absolutely.
It's hard to drive a world record time in rounds.
Yeah.
It's a very different situation when you're able to spend hours hunting a track versus now it's a live competition. Granted, that's why you've been hunting, right? To get the most comfortable on a track. But when you see someone who is sort of in that flow state and putting up runs that are PBs or pushing world record pace, it's truly something that is, I think, overlooked a lot in terms of how impressive that really is.
Yeah. Like, to just be in a headspace where you're capable of pushing to the limit of what you're able to drive while in competition, it's genuinely really impressive. Also very impressive, Runa's return to form in this round, sitting 1 and 2 with not a huge amount of track left. And that would be a full 18 points from them, the maximum that a team can gain in a single round. And they'd be delighted to have it. That would really bring them back closer to Cheesedom as well. They'll manage to pull it off, first and second for the team in red. 18 points, and in a round where Cheeselover and Random are a little bit further down the leaderboard, looking at picking up just 7 points. That'll start to close the gap.
Yeah, falling a bit behind here from Cheesedom, and Ruda, yeah, like you said, getting a full 18 is really big for them, getting them back into contention for that top spot. What was that, 12 points? That's a good round, you know?
Yeah, and kind of interesting looking at the leaderboard there, because we've kind of said, you know, the point split for Cheesedom is relatively equal, whereas for Runa it felt a little bit more one-sided. And like looking at the leaderboard, that's kind of not true. like at all. Rookie is 22 more points than Randomize contributed to the 82 that they have altogether at the moment. Meanwhile, Cheeselover has 24 more points than Random contributed to their team's overall score. So kind of similar stories to how things have been playing. And it is one of those situations where the eye test has absolutely failed me.
Yeah, absolutely. And this track, I think really because, like we mentioned, it's a newer track. We're seeing Random is struggling. He's constantly falling back into the lower half here. And Randomize and Rookie are performing excellently so far. So this really might be their chance to get a few extra points, take advantage of the fact that maybe they're feeling a bit more comfortable on this track than some of the other competitors.
I don't know if we caught it there. I think it was just on screen as Sully came up behind Rookie, but Rookie clipped a tiny bit on that final ramp towards the finish line, and very nearly did not have the speed to make it up into the finish.
Calculated. It's always calculated.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, maybe. As things stand, though, that is Runa overtaking Cheesdom for the overall lead of the match. They sit on 100, Cheesdom only on 99.
Like I said, one good round. That's all they needed. Now they not only are really back in it, but they are officially holding the lead. Granted, it's only 1 point. But you take those. Yeah. That's a moral victory.
Hey, Stealth, let's see what happens when we get to a map that Randomized didn't build.
Hey, you know, he's the one doing this, so I can't talk bad.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, Golden Hour in the North American Cup, South American Cup, and in PATC was probably my favorite track. I really enjoyed watching the drivers on this one. The water in the middle of it, a little bit spicy, a lot of plastic where there's time to be made and lost as well. It's a fun track. I think it lends itself really well to competition, and the players should, at this point, surely have played it enough. This should not be a map that people are not practiced on by now.
Yeah, this should look a lot different in terms of the spread than we saw on ramps.
You'd hope. And yet, I simply cannot bring myself to believe that it will be entirely true, because players have been struggling with this map the entire time. I mean, even the water section in the middle of the map, some of this precision plastic in the middle where you're really trying to get through these small gaps. We can see a couple of players falling victim to it already. Havoc, one of them, Alex Scher, also dropping a long way down the leaderboard. But there is a tight group, 5 players still up and in the running. Sully on the outside dirt gets close to the wall, but has not actually touched. And this breakaway group of 4 enters the water together. Anyone going to slide out? Not quite, but Simon has lost a small amount of speed.
We're seeing Cheesdom collectively performing really well on this map again, kind of getting back into the form that they had on map 1. So yeah, taking first and second there is kind of back to what we were expecting this to look a bit more like, but
yeah,
no. First round.
Lots left to be played.
You just moved on to a new map. You just shake off the dust a little bit, moving on to the next one. It's like it did.
It is 150 point limit, up to 18 points available per team. Cheesdom are getting close to putting themselves into finalist mode, and both players on Cheesdom have definitely shown the ability to win rounds. I'm still, even if Runa managed to beat them to finalist mode, I'm a little bit more nervous for them. I think they've managed to keep up. They've had some wonderful rounds, mostly on our last map on ramp, so I'm just a little bit more nervous about the 2 of them closing out finalists. Oh, Cheese Lover, goodbye.
Yeah, that... Right as we say that...
that'll happen, you know?
That'll happen. But I do agree. I think that Cheesdom has more consistently had their 2 racers be in the top 2 or 3. So I think they have a better chance of locking both down. But you never know. I mean, random mistakes happen like we just saw, so anything can happen at any given moment. But based on kind of the way it's looked so far, I agree, even if Runa were to beat Cheesdom to finalist, that Cheesdom is still very much so a threat to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Very tight battle up the front in that round. 24 thousandths between Rookie and Random. Randomized then 7/10 down. I mean... We are still seeing gaps that if this was, just a solo match, only 4 players in the match, you'd be like, ooh, spicy. It's just, it takes a little bit more time before these gaps really start to matter, but we are getting rapidly close to that point. Runa have reclosed the gap back to 3 from Cheesdom. Steel Kings and CEOs of No Slide, we haven't talked about them as much. Of course, I believe we will be playing all the way down to 4th place, because it does matter for the following round in terms of exactly where players end up.
Yeah, every point matters. So that is a big part of this is, CEOs of No Slides and Steel Kings can't just sort of check out here. They do still need to put in the best runs they can, even if it feels they're a little bit mudded on some of these tracks.
Yep. Gotta climb out of the mud. Or embrace the mud. Call it a spa day. Relax into it.
Sometimes that is all you can do. Is just lean into it a little bit.
Yeah. That's when you get into chat and start typing to the other players and hope to drag them into the mud with you.
Right.
This is
play the mental
just
game.
the opinion of this broadcaster. It is not endorsed by NCSA or any affiliate organizations.
You're not endorsing that behavior at all.
Oh, yep. Hey, that's another good round for Cheesdom. And a solid round for Runa as well, picking up 11 points, but it's 16 to Cheesdom, who now on 144, basically locked in to get into their finalist mode in the next round.
Yeah, unless something catastrophic happens, they should be getting those 6 points.
This is what would that require? I think like 5th and 6th place collectively would get them there still. Like, as long as one of them is in like 3rd place or above, they're fine.
Unless they don't DNF, I think that they're good.
Yeah, exactly. But that's always a possibility. You never know. Sometimes sometimes Spectrum will decide you're not playing the game anymore.
True. The Spectrum debuff is very real sometimes.
And to be fair, Cheese Lover has made one mistake, so Random is holding down the fort at the moment.
He is falling behind, so it is going to be up to Random to get some points. But up in sharing 1st and 2nd right now, it's a good spot to be. Yeah,
I mean, this is it. Like, is battling Rookie for the round win right now, but the round win, kind of irrelevant. You just need to finish within this top 2, and you're going to be A-okay. That will be the minimum 8 points that Cheesdom need. In fact, Cheese Lover climbing back up into 5th place means they get 12 points out of the 6 that they need. They saw what they needed. They said double it. They will move themselves to finalist.
Ready to go. Havoc had a chance there and is allowed Cheese Lover to get back. Made a mistake at the very end. It looked like CEO of No Slide were going to have a pretty good showing. They were about to lock in, I believe, 4 and 5 or 3 and 4. They were in a really good spot for most of that run, but a mistake at the very end was unfortunate.
Runa also managed to get finalist in that round. How many points did they pick up?
I missed that completely.
They were on 136 points, and they were 2nd and 5th, which would have gotten them enough points, I guess. Hey, the server says they have enough points and they're on finalist, which means, hey, we've got 4 players who need a round win.
Now it's exciting.
Now it's dramatic. Now we're on to Jade, and I gotta say, I really enjoy playing this map, and I have been thinking about going back and playing more of it, and I probably will at some point, because sometimes I forget how much fun it is to just learn a competitive map.
I have been on the record to say that I dislike driving competitive maps. But that's a skill issue.
Yeah, no,
that's a skill issue. I love watching people drive them.
Yeah. I genuinely just spend a lot of time casting Trackmania, and then I'm like, ooh, I have free time. My first instinct isn't I should go play a lot more Trackmania a lot of the time. And then sometimes I do, and I'm like, wait, this game is sick.
Yeah, right?
Okay. Cars in blue.
It just dominates the mind.
Yeah, it does. We've got some proper old school Rooster Teeth. It's blue versus red out on track at the moment. Cheesdom versus Runa, looking to put someone into 1st place, and it could be Cheese Lover to just lock things in early. My eyes are still on Randomize, I think, in these upcoming rounds. This round, 2nd and a half behind, kind of looking a bit out of it, but I think Randomize is really the player for Runa that you're looking to have one really good round and beat out both the Cheesdom, because that could be the round that actually sends them through in 1st place in this match. Right now, Cheese Lover, through the final couple of corners, is looking to be the player to lock in that 1st finalist mode and to be half of Cheesdom through as the 1st seed from this match. That'll be a touch then as well from Rookie. It has to be one of Cheese Lover or Random at this point. Just don't miss the risky fin. They will, but it doesn't matter because Cheese Lover has already finished. So it's just, I guess, a good thing that Rookie had made that mistake earlier.
I don't even... There was so much going on at the end. I was holding my breath. I lost track of time and what was going on there. Yeah,
it was messy. It was a little bit messy, but hey, Cheese Lover's through. Can now leave the match. Get out of here. Don't even have to watch. It'll be fine.
Take a break.
What are the odds that if Cheese Lover does try to leave the server that the entire thing breaks?
Non-zero
into existence. Yeah, maybe don't leave the server as soon as you win finalists. Yeah, it's too high for comfort. This is going to be close. Random and Rookie up the top, and it is randomized with a DNF after a rough start to the match. So it is Rookie to try and deny Random this win.
I mean, even if it's not Rookie, Obviously, Rookie needs to get a round win.
Yeah.
But if you're Runa, you just need anybody to make a move and random to not pull ahead. And Rookie is fighting, but it is very neck and neck. It's very close. Sully right in the conversation as well. Rookie a little bit of a mistake there we see though.
Yeah, and it is now the team in red. Runa hoping for a mistake from random. Missed the risky fin last time. Does not miss the risky fin this time. It always feels tight there, even when you make it through. That will be Cheesedom. Back-to-back rounds, sending themselves through as the first seed.
There we go. Not to say that we anticipated that happening, but now, with Cheesedom fully qualified, kind of just up to Runa to go ahead and lock down second place.
Yeah, and look, I'm not nervous for randomized just yet. Steel Kings are on 101 points, CEOs of No Slide are on 90 points. They are still
plenty of buffer
far
time
away.
Yes.
There is buffer time, but there's a full team now removed from the points, so those teams' points will start creeping up a little bit faster all of a sudden.
They're not going to be suppressed so much, yeah.
No, exactly. So I think we can definitely not be nervous just yet, but keep an eye on it. I mean, this is a much better round from Randomize. If you are Runa and you have Rookie in first place heading towards the finish, you just make the call and try and let Randomize through.
Right, let him snipe. He's on a good run.
Genuinely,
give him the round, because we know Rookie can do it.
Exactly. I kind of think that that's a strategy call you might want to make. Now, with that said, Sully is right here, and so all of a sudden, way worse option. Do not go for it, guys.
At this point, you lock it in. But if Sully makes a mistake, or if the gap starts to grow, Sully and Randomize are very close here. I don't think it's a call you make.
They called it.
It is the call that they...
Oh, he did
it. Oh, my God. That was... What a... Wow.
I do genuine... Like, Rookie, I think, could have still made that fin. That looked like the call was
he pulled off. He pulled off left. That was
brave.
That was kind of awesome.
Kind of sick with it. They made the call. Rookie is still to lock in his round win, but they do get randomized through, and that was almost definitely the worry. I mean, not a huge worry, but definitely the worry, if there was one, for Team Runa in this match. And now Rookie, you kind of feel, is just going to go out and win the following round.
Absolutely. And yeah, like you said, not the worry, but Randomize had been struggling a little bit, and Rookie's sort of carrying the banner so far. So getting the opportunity to sort of, hey, we're in a position for you to get this, let's risk a little. And it paid off. And it ended up being great, because we've seen Rookie toward the front of the pack nearly every single round. So it's not out of the question at all that he could just go win this one right now, which he's currently leading.
Yeah. Although Sully has been close behind, hasn't quite managed to break through and actually take a round away from one of the top players in the lobby just yet, but has been knocking on the door round on round. This finish, a little bit slower though, up that dirt, has dropped back several tenths from Rookie, who surely now just does it in the second round, second time of asking, and that is both of the top two teams who managed to do it in back-to-back rounds. Cheesedom with first, Runa with second, and it's up to Steel Kings and the CEOs of No Slide to figure out who gets the slightly harder match going into the lower bracket.
All I can say is that was a good move from Runa. That was a good 2 rounds. Good tactical call. Because that, you never know. You never know. If Rookie takes that, Randomize might not get one right away. He might have to battle a lot harder. So I have a lot of respect. It is a risky decision to make, but that was awesome to watch.
Yeah, great news, everyone. We're not actually playing for third and fourth place. We are just locking in the teams at the points that they had at the time, which means that it will be Steel Kings in third place, largely carried, it does have to be said, I think, by Sully having 79 points at the end of the match there, with some really fast times throughout the match. And it will then be CEOs of No Slide in fourth place as well. Again, seeding does matter heading into the lower bracket, and so having that third place means that you will be playing against one other third place, but also against some more fourth places, some more fifth places as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sully drove incredibly well. That is easy to say there, and I mean, while not getting to play for third and fourth might, lock them in for specific matchups, like you were saying, it's a little unfortunate. I'm sure that the competitive side of them they want to have that opportunity to say, no, maybe we can have a better seating here. But I'm very excited for the next matches, and it was a really good showing from both Cheesedom and Runa in that matchup.
Sick.
Certainly, fellas. It was a great match. I'm checking the bracket right now. I don't see any updates quite yet, but it is worth noting that everyone who got the top 2 in this first round of the upper bracket is already guaranteed. They're already qualified. They're just going to be playing the next round to determine whether they're in that first draft group or the second draft group. So we are going to be following the lower bracket for the final stage of the open qualifiers before we then go into the draft. And I get a lot of speculating on that. Let me hop over to... I'm going to try and see if they've updated the website first, because I think that has some fancy stuff going on with it. I'm not entirely sure. Let me just check that and verify, because sometimes it's the spreadsheet gets updated first. Sometimes the eCircuit Mania gets updated first. No, it looks like they're still doing... I think they have to do the website manually as well.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, let's see. We might be able to figure this out. Let me hop over to the screen share, because we have to kill a little bit of time while we're waiting for everyone to figure out which lobbies they're in, because I guarantee the players aren't doing this math themselves. So we have... Actually, we don't have the points yet, do we? Hold on. No, we do have some points on the website, because I think that's automatically updated, but but they have to fill in the bracket themselves, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like we can see here Cheesedom and Runa. Looks like... Wait, are these still ongoing? Does it update live? That'd be cool. I haven't really tested this out, but we do have at least results from these other ones. It looks like Herman fans. I don't know that off the top of my head. That's the wrong page.
That was
Author Time and Ham Daddy. Okay.
Yeah, Ham Daddy and Author Time. Yep.
Really happy was... Oh, that's Noisy and Tankrom. No duh on that one. And then... Oh, wait, no, but we have Pizza Pilots on 150 as well, so maybe they were... Interesting. Seems to be not fully updated yet, because it looks like there was at least 2 teams fighting it out for finalists for second place, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking everywhere that I can check to see what kind of updates there are, but I think everyone's kind of in a holding pattern right now.
Yeah. So maybe ECM is a little off due to some errors, which could be 5 teams in a match or something. This is what we're being told by unanimous indecision in Twitch chat anyway, so I'm gonna choose to believe him.
Well,
it's easier that way.
Hard to really say. I'm bouncing around through all of the resources I have to see which one is updating first, but I don't think we really have much info on that. So it might even be worth it just to go to a short break to allow the admins to kind of get their thing going. And once we start seeing things populated, we can actually hop back in and actually give some commentary on something that actually exists at that point. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to get this next round underway. A little bit of lack of communication here, so they're just getting the lobbies all set up right now. We're going to be in lobby number 3. 2.3. Just making sure Randomize is up to date so they can change the stream title and whatnot. But let's hop over to the little screen share so we can see what is going down here. So you can see those top 2 teams from the first round are in matches 2.1 and 2.2. We're not going to be following that because there's no real stakes there other than the draft groups, but we're going to be following this match right here, 2.3. So Pizza Pilots, Kentucky Lamers, Employee 427, CEO of No Slides, which we saw last round, and then Wall Inspectors number 2. So Stealth has a little someone to root for in the lobby, I suppose.
My boys.
So just to put into perspective who those teams are, I got Pizza Pilots, Kentucky Lamers. So Pizza Pilots are down towards the bottom, Sin and CJ Bro, Wall Inspectors 2, Norskis and Miggy, Kemper and Lava One Staff, CEO of No Slides, Simon and Havoc, which we saw, and then the other one was not Retirement Home, that was
Employee 427.
Yep, and then there was it was Pro and Sambertooth, Kentucky Lamers. Yeah, iCarly TM is Pro for anyone wondering in chat. Up to the casters whether you guys want to call them Pro or iCarly. I will not blame you for either.
I mean, frankly, it's a reference-heavy lobby. I mean, we've got a Stanley Parable reference in one of the team names. We've got iCarly in there as well. There's got to be at least one more in there as well.
Fun fact, Kemper really wanted to have just the name more direct reference to Stanley Parable, but they were told, like, maybe just don't mess with copyright too bad, you know? so they went instead with
I have broken
reference.
the rules. Yeah.
No, we can mention that it is a reference. We just didn't want it to, like, be the team's name, right?
Yeah.
But
I feel like employee number 427 Stanley is like very much on the line. I feel like Stanley Parable and the devs there are not going to be they don't feel like very litigious people.
No, probably not. Hopefully not. Otherwise, Kemper's going to be hearing from their Chilean law department, I suppose.
Did you know? Do either of you know the YouTuber Doug?
Yes, I've heard of him.
Are you aware of the fact that one of the main devs on Stanley Parable is his brother?
Really?
I did not know that. No.
Yeah.
The question is then, did he get a free review copy?
Almost definitely. They did a long stream where he played through the game with his brother, which was quite entertaining. Cool. Yeah, and his brother made up a bunch of stories about Doug. It's entertaining. So, I mean, it turns out that, humor does run in the family, which I think, given the Stanley Parable and, like, Doug's entire oeuvre does track.
It's just genetic. That's good.
It kind of is, yeah.
Doug is great. He's a great creator.
I've heard the name.
Shout out
I've never
Doug,
watched him, but I'm sure he's well.
I'm glad we're giving him a shout out here. It's really good to support small creators in events like this.
Yeah, when someone who's so, just barely breaking into the scene, to give them the spotlight is just, we're just so generous with our time.
Yeah.
Of course.
Players are currently struggling to start the game, which is quite entertaining.
It's on pause.
Already up in lobby, but it is still on pause, so I'm sure we'll get an admin in here at some point. The scoreboard is showing 8 players, even though there's 10 in the lobby. Wall Inspectors have not made it onto the scoreboard, which I personally think is quite entertaining.
Are they in the lobby? I think that's the question. I don't see them in the lobby. Maybe not. So hold on.
That could be the issue as to why
they're not in the lobby. Yep.
Which is probably why the match is not restarted, despite the fact that everyone who's in the lobby has readied up.
Yeah. So we're just going to be waiting on, who is it? Miggy and Norskis. That's who it was. Yes.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting on them. And keep in mind, folks, that this is the last round of the open qualifier. From here, the people who get the top 2 in this match and in the other lower bracket match are going to be moving up into draft group number 3. And everyone else goes home. But at the very least, they got to play this time. You don't have another situation of... who was it last time? It was Sheisley and someone else, I think, who couldn't actually play.
Just to be clear, are we starting without wall inspectors?
I think so.
Maybe. I'm going to set it in the game just in case. Good luck, folks.
Yep. Okay, perfect. I mean, all the players are readying up, and an admin came in and force started the match. So, I don't know, Stealth. That to me usually feels like a match is about to start.
Yeah, it does. It does seem that way.
Yeah. Hey, wall inspectors, I guess last chance to join the lobby if you want to play this match.
Wall inspectors too, really. Maybe something came up.
Yeah, that's
live. It would be good to know. But
yeah, well,
it be like that sometimes.
It's thinking about starting. It sure is considering the possibility. I think it really doesn't like.
There we go.
There. Okay. I think it's really not a big fan of having the 8 players for 5 teams.
Yeah, I think that it's not liking that very much.
It'll get there. It'll figure it out. I have faith in the server.
It's just a small little guy. It's figuring it out.
Guy. It's true. There's something about calling things a little guy. It's just fun.
Yeah. Just makes it feel less, less serious.
Yeah. You know what is serious? 2 of these teams will be eliminated. I'd say 3, but wall inspectors aren't here, so I'm not sure if this is in fact live, but I think decent odds that this is our live first round and we're kicking things off on Golden Hour.
There we go. The scoreboard was not populating. This is interesting. First round is going. Things are looking weird on my end, but
it's populated for me, and it's populated on stream, and you know what? Stealth, you're just going to have to live with it, I'm afraid.
There it is. It's fine. I'm doing my best to keep up.
Yeah, you're just going to have to do the maths in your head on the fly, keep track of where the teams are based on their finishing positions. Hope you have a pen and paper ready to go. But yeah, I mean, to start things off here, very mixed up scoreboard at the moment. I mean, there's 3 teams represented in the top 3. The only team struggling a lot is that team employee number 427. Stanley made decisions, he took a path, and it turns out it was the wrong one.
I've not played the game. I would have loved to continue that.
I
would have loved to run with that one.
There's a whole it's like you wander around an abandoned office block basically as an employee, and then there's a narrator narrating everything you do. It's a good game, honestly. Worth looking into. Hey, because of the fact that the game thinks that we have 5 players, I do believe that teams are the points are different.
Yeah.
Than they were in our last match of 4 teams. So things are going to get a little bit funky in here. Points limit is still 150. Just means we're going to hit it a little bit faster.
Maybe the 25 minutes is right. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, we will. Baywak has jumped into chat, which is impressive, given I believe it is currently 7 a.m. on a Sunday in New Zealand. It could never be me unless you've stayed up until 7 a.m. In which case, I don't want to admit how often it has been me because that's not good for anyone.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
More often than we should.
Yeah. Hey, that's all right. Exactly. Again, 4 teams represented in the top 4. Very different from our previous lobby, and this time around, team employee number 427. Which is a confusing name. Doing much better. Lava Staff overtaking Sambertooth through the final couple of corners as there are some issues there. And it is going to be the CEOs of No Slides, the big winners in that round, picking up 2nd and 3rd place and a full 18 points for themselves. But that's not the full points total anymore. 23 points at the maximum for any team with this slightly different points repartition.
That's a big round for them. They started a little bit slower there. Now that's a big old chunk of points sitting right there in 2nd place. Top 3 teams separated by a total of 3 points.
Yeah.
So very even so far.
Incredibly so. And we'll see, does that continue? I mean, Lava Staff definitely looking, I think, to be the player to pick up most of the points for team employee 427. Pogger's cock time. Having a little bit of a struggle on Golden Hour. Yeah. TM. Yeah, no, that's Pogger's cock TM. That's my bad. I should have known. That's definitely not how people just type time when they are messing around. Oh, hey, this is an improvement, though. They've moved up into 4th and 5th place. Once again, though, it is Sabertooth, Sin, and Simon up at the top. Through the water they go. Simon's had a little bit of a struggle, and he's going to be dropping points. He's doing a 3-point turn in the middle of track. Not advised. You are definitely a bit of a risk. Yellow flag should probably come out for that one. But as we get towards the finish line, they're racing each other, but they are teammates, and it is going to be Mr. Poggers, who's possibly going to have to go for a second attempt at this. Will still beat out Simon, who does have a little bit of an issue at the finish line. And it does mean, I think, again, Team Pizza Pilots, who were in the lead, will be extending that lead with a player in 1st and 4th.
Very good showing for Pizza Pilots here. Great name, by the way. Who doesn't love pizza? But yeah, I mean, Sin has been locking up the first position, at least near the first position. He's gotten first the last 2 rounds. He's driving this track super well. We'll see if that form continues through different tracks. But at least so far on Golden Hour, he's driving super consistently, which is going to be a good thing for Pizza Pilots, especially considering the extra points being awarded per round. Every map is going to end up being more and more influential in terms of how quickly they can get to that finalist position.
Might not even make it through all 5 maps in the pack before we see a finalist mode for a couple of these teams. Could be interesting. Especially depending on what our 5th map actually ends up being, whether you can get out of here before a map that you don't like does actually pop up. But we could be seeing our first full 23 points here. Sabertooth and iCarly, aka Pro, sitting in the first 2 positions right now, but Sin is pushing, and Sin on that dirt exit, looking very quick going into this final. It is a failable finish. We've seen it before, but that will be Sin 3 rounds in a row. Yeah,
that is a great run from him to end up stealing those points away, especially as CJ's had a tougher run this round. So that's a good job to not only snag his team a few more points, but keep a few points off the board from Kentucky Lamers.
Have we considered pronouncing Kentucky Lamers like the Kentucky Lamars and then calling it a Kendrick reference?
Kentucky Lamar.
Wait, no, I can't do that because that'd be cool. And I'm pretty sure I'm beefing with Kentucky after PATC. Was that the state I was beefing with? Probably. It was Kentucky. Yeah, no, never mind. Ignore what I said, Stealth. I'm beefing with Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, no. Me and all my homies hate Kentucky.
Yeah.
I'm just riding with it, you know? Like I said, I'm just here to back you up.
I appreciate it, you know. That's sometimes your boy gets into a fight and you just gotta jump in whether or not you know how it started. Oh, well, we'll get into our next round here. We are onto ramps, a map that I saw for the first time during our first match, but then did go and play a bit while we were in our break there. And I gotta say, fun map, except for that risky fin. Rework it. I'm also beefing with the risky fin on ramps.
Ooh, CJ with a bit of a rough start there.
That's going to be tough.
You don't like to see that. That is going to be a big loss, but Sin making up a lot of ground here. We are seeing Kentucky Lamers pretty consistently hanging out around the top, but Pro falling behind a little bit more as well this round.
Yeah, and Sabertooth, once again, having a good round now. Remind me what name we're calling him when we're not calling him Poggers Cocked TM?
Yeah.
Kemper. Okay, Kemper, let's stick with Kemper a little bit. Kemper is having a much better map. Struggled on Golden Hour, but to kick things off here on ramps has pulled out a pretty solid lead to the rest of the field, as has his teammate. Lavastaff just behind Sin at the moment, and this could be a big points haul for Employee 427, who kind of need it after the first map, but, you know, decent showing here. Sin is going to crash. That's 23 points for the team in green, and that is our first ace. I'm going to call it an ace for any team in the match.
No, that's a huge swing for them. They kind of had a rough go on the last map, so getting some good points here early, like I said, especially with the extra points being allocated these rounds, that could be really, really big for them. They're right there, right behind Kentucky Lamers, only a 2-point gap. Pizza Pilot's still out in front, but if they can have another couple good rounds, this could be really, really big point swing for them. Yeah,
I mean, honestly, specifically Kemper looking almost like a different player in that round than at any point on Golden Hour.
I agree. And right as we say that, he had a bit of a clipped landing there, so lost a bit of speed falling behind, but there's still plenty of time. And as we saw on our previous matchup here on ramps, it's a bit of an unforgiving track, so many more mistakes could still be in the cards for a lot of these people. So by no means one mistake early is that ending your run.
No, definitely not. We did see an ace in the last round for Employee 427 and potentially in the cards for Pizza Pilots as well, though CJ Bro has dropped a little ways back towards the rest of the pack here. Sin still well out in front, but the dogs are baying at CJ's heels right now, and they are looking potentially to try and snipe away that ace.
Yeah, CJ fighting currently with Kemper as Sin is up toward the risky fin. And it is going to be an ace for Pizza Pilots.
Feeling good about that one. I mean, great recovery, it has to be said, from Kemper to drive all the way back from about 6th place into 3rd. Does go to show that, as you said, early mistake doesn't mean everything on this map, because there are so many. You are offered so many golden opportunities to make mistakes.
Yeah, that's the perfect example. Is an early mistake falling almost out of the running on any other map is able to have a pretty solid 3rd place finish on this one. So it's a very complicated map with a lot of opportunity, like you said, golden opportunities to make mistakes. So
yeah,
and as we see a few of them right out the gate,
half the field.
There we go.
Oh boy! Hey, how do you feel about DNFs? I mean, nice set of 3 letters there. I think you're going to be seeing a few of them this round.
We might. That is quite a split.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Kemper, I think, was it his team? Did Lavastaff also make a mistake there? Both of them now a long way down the field. We have a top 3
mistake.
Not really. Well, I was going to say top 3 haven't really made mistakes. We have a top 2 who have not really made mistakes, and they are both on the same team. Back-to-back aces for Pizza Pilots.
Might be. They're driving this super clean. I'm actually really impressed with Pizza Pilots. They have, I think CJ made 1 mistake early in the 1st or 2nd round, and now they are just absolutely screaming through the track.
That is 46 points from 2 rounds. That is a third of the total points they need to get to finalist mode that they've gotten in essentially 2 rounds there. Absolutely massive from them.
Yeah, that round minus Pizza Pilots was shambles. That was just a rough round all the way around.
Yeah.
Hopefully everyone got it out of their system, though.
Yeah. I'm going to say they haven't.
We'll see.
If I had to guess. This is, like, look, if there's a drug test in the next 2 weeks, they're going to test positive for shambles.
Yeah, shambles positive for sure. Havoc making mistakes. CJ falling behind this round, a little bit less clean from him. Lava Staff also crashing. I am so glad I don't have to drive this.
Yeah.
I would be struggling.
It is interesting. Sin goes for a different line much earlier, where he goes inside pole on one of the earlier turns on this track, and it kind of loses him speed through the entire next section there. He's definitely managed to hold on to the pace in previous rounds, but in this round, being punished a little bit for it, as it did end up with 3 players getting past him. They are pulling away a little bit here. Sin got a little bit sloppy on a couple of the later turns as well, it does have to be said. Managing to overtake 1 there. I think that was Simon making a mistake and falling a long way down the order. But a bit more diversity in the top 3 this time around, assuming Kemper and Pro can make it through this finish. They will. They do. That will be decent points across the board for each team then, with the exception of the CEOs of No Slides, who unfortunately are on the struggle bus a little bit here.
Yeah, it's a tough map, and unfortunate to see that it really can just, kind of like I mentioned earlier, you fall out of the groove. It's hard to get back into it. So it feels like that's a little bit what's happening for the CEOs of No Slide, where they just had a couple tough rounds and couldn't really get back into the flow of what was going on. And on a map like that, especially when you've got Sin driving as smooth as he was for 90% of those rounds there, you don't have a lot of chance. You don't have a lot of chance to get back into it. But we're on to a new map on Jade, and that is going to be a breath of fresh air, I am sure, for all of these drivers.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The team playing in green, Employee 427, they threatened to get a lot more points on the last map than I think they ended up actually getting.
Yeah.
They were looking significantly better than they were on Golden Hour, but still, some mistakes crept in, and I think they could have walked away closer to Pizza Pilots, or at least further ahead of the Kentucky Lamers. And we'll see now as we head to Jade. Is that going to be something that comes back to bite them? Would they have been in a better position if they'd managed to, put another 10 points in the gap?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every point counts, like we were saying earlier. So you don't want to leave anything on the table. Every round matters. So, letting other teams stay in the running or not putting yourself in the best position possible could always come back to bite you. But again, you do have to get both drivers to get a round win with finalists, so it doesn't necessarily mean that they are out as long as everyone can drive relatively well. I think everyone here so far has shown they're pretty good drivers, minus ramps, which felt like the great equalizer. I feel like everyone's pretty competitive.
That was a lot of stuff. Getting some airtime there.
A little bit.
Yeah, you can catch yourself on those checkpoints, and it will hurt. But as we round the final couple of corners here, there are still 3 drivers very much in contention. There were 2 drivers very much in contention as it was a full crash. Meanwhile, Kemper has overtaken Sin, who's lost speed towards finish line, maybe in trouble going for this risky. Will just about hooked a wheel over the corner of that risky fin. I'm going to call that almost a little bit lucky, but did just enough to still finish 3rd.
Yeah, Sin with a little bit of a wall clip on the exit of the dirt section there, and it definitely set him up to have a very tight finish on the risky fin there. Not quite as much speed as I'm sure he would have liked to have, but they do lock in finalists as Pizza Pilots now just need to start winning rounds.
Yeah. But keep
an eye on that. Much easier said than done.
It is much easier said than done. Keep an eye on the battle between Employee 427 and the Kentucky Lamers as well, because as a reminder, only 2 teams will stay in the tournament. 2 teams, the bottom 2 teams, are getting eliminated after this match. And that battle for 2nd place, potentially very tight. I mean, Pizza Pilots have not locked in their spot yet, so they could yet be dragged back into a full battle to actually get through in this tournament. But that gap is already closing with the introduction of Jade to the mix. Kentucky Lamers are catching back up to Employee 427.
Absolutely. We see Sin near the front right now. It would be really good if they could get this finish. I think seeing CJ have a clean run would be good, but Kentucky Lamers very much so in the running to get up toward finalists here. And Employee 427 not far behind either. I mean, everyone is driving pretty well here. Time splits might not be. Oh, Lord.
Oh, no. All right. Listen, own up, hands up in the chat. Who added that sausage block just before the risky fin? Was it necessary? Not even the sausage block. Yeah, was it necessary? Is all I'm asking. Could you not have given them a slightly easier run up for it? I mean, I don't think it would have taken away from the difficulty too much.
Oh, my God. Well, Sin got his round.
Yeah.
That's one.
I mean, the crash as well from Pro is important in that, it was some extra points lost. They're still a little behind Employee 427 now. Could be a round win here for Pro, but CJ is slotted in just behind. If there's surely you don't have 2 finish issues leading to a team getting out in first, right?
Surely.
Right?
I don't know, man. Oh my God. Havoc with a little bit of a mistake there, falling out of the race. Pro with a commanding lead, though. This should... I'm not going to say anything, actually.
Hang on, it's okay. CJ has clipped a little bit.
There we go.
Is much safer now. Doesn't matter. You'd still like the points, as you are still trying to get to finalist mode yourself. That's also important. And Sabertooth is climbing the order a little bit behind as well. There's going to be a close battle for 3rd place at the moment, as Lavastaff is getting overtaken. Sabertooth goes through and locks in 2nd, as Pro did have a finish issue again, and is currently in a position to, I was going to say maybe not finish, but we'll finish in 7th place.
That's heartbreak.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be kicking yourself if you're CJ, right? Like, I mean, one small clip in the middle of the map fell down the order a bit. Could have locked in back-to-back rounds.
Could have been it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it goes. Kind of love the format for that, and you kind of got to love the format for that as well.
It definitely adds drama, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is 149 points for Employee 427 as well. They just need someone to finish this round, and they're on finalist mode, so that'd be nice.
Sorry.
Yeah?
So we're talking about points left on the board, and, not getting to finalist by 1 point. Granted, they're not necessarily... Kemper's close. With another mistake from Pro, Kemper could win the round, and had they locked in finalists, that would be 1 out. So It's these small mistakes that are really starting to add up for some of these teams.
At the same time, this is our final round on Jade, and Pro should have won the last 3 rounds, in which case they would have been on finalists, and Pro would have just won this round and would have gotten out. Sabertooth came second in that round. I mean, we're going to end up with 2 teams now on finalist as we leave Jade as well. 3 teams? 3 teams on finalist, because we still have half of Pizza Pilots here. And, oh boy, things are about to get very spicy, and I think a lot of teams will be kicking themselves after the last 2 maps.
Yeah, a lot of missed opportunities, small mistakes that are now potentially going to get very heavily punished if they can't lock things down, especially Pizza Pilots. CJ with an opportunity to get things out, get his team out of there, and now on Emerald, he just needs a round win. Granted, that's what everyone needs at this point.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a different situation.
Are 17 points off finalists themselves, and 17 points will they will get to finalist. They will get their chance. Yeah. Like, absolutely. And it's happening. Emerald is such a brutal map to pop up right now as well, because of how well practiced everyone is on this map at this point, how close rounds have been on this map, but how punishing it is through the final couple of turns anyway. Like, people are going to be pushing, people are going to be making mistakes that they feel are silly mistakes, and it's going to be dramatic. It's going to be dramatic.
Yeah, all we can do is wait and see how this unfolds now. Round 1 starting.
Oh boy. Well, Pro has had a great couple of rounds recently on Jade. I mean, if you cut out the last kind of 2 seconds or so.
Yeah, if you just ignore the finishes.
Yeah,
driving really well.
Really, really well. And that seems to be the case again, as Pro is out to a lead. Simon tucking in just behind. And it would be very funny if one of the non-finalists did win the round here.
I really want Simon to win now.
Yeah.
just for that no one gets a fin.
Oh, it's going to be close, though. Pro is a little bit quicker off the exit there, and that's a mistake from Simon as well. Going to be forced to respawn. Pro is so far clear of the field. Just needs to fin. Doesn't even need to risk it that hard. Will not. And there goes Pro, the second player through from this match. And keep an eye on the points as well for the CEOs of No Slides. They have picked up 14 points there. They moved to 147. They just need a finish in the next round, and they will be finalist as well.
Oh, things could get so bad so quickly here.
It's about to get real messy. It's already very messy. Like, let's not delude ourselves. Things are already messy.
So it really just comes down to if CJ and Sabertooth can get a round win here, and CJ off to a slow start already. It's not looking good. Sabertooth also not necessarily leading the pack, but fighting as well as he can to try to get into a better position. A great line through the dirt. But yeah, employee 427. One of them has to finish. Next round, CEO of No Slides are going to be on finalists. Yeah. So things are shaking up pretty aggressively now.
Yep, Sabertooth has pulled away from the pack. Meanwhile, Kentucky Lamers in a good position to be the team through as the first seed. Despite Pizza Pilots getting to finalists so far ahead of anyone else, CJ has just been struggling to convert a little bit. Just the finish to go. Sabertooth from Kemper looking to get through the line. Stay Finn, and that is Kentucky Lamers as your first seed. They will remain in the tournament.
There we go. That's exactly what we've been talking about all day. Is just because a team gets to finalist first does not mean that they are safe.
No,
and
it
now
most definitely does not.
And now Pizza Pilots, CJ, all he has to do is win a round, but every other competitor is also on finalist.
Yep.
So at this point, there is no safe. Like, every round matters, and they could be facing elimination here.
Yeah, I feel for Sin, who exited this match, like 5 rounds ago, 6 rounds ago?
A long time ago.
And has just been sitting and waiting. I assume they're in voice call together, and I have to assume it is deadly quiet in there right now.
Yeah. I can only imagine.
Ooh. Pizza Pilots, CJ looking to maybe lock in a spot, but needs to make an incredible push at the end here and probably see a mistake from the cars in front. It is possible on this reactor turn. There is one gone. Kemper is out. Simon, the only car left in front of CJ. Simon looking to be the first player from CEO of No Slides to lock in that final spot. CJ will crash
CJ
on
with
out.
a crash.
Simon will make it through anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Does not make a difference, you're right.
And it's CEOs of No Slides who were behind all match long, who are now in a position to be the second team through to knock Pizza Pilots and Employee 427 out of the match.
This format is absolutely bonkers. It is absolutely crazy.
Kind of nonsense in the best way possible. We are down to just 4 players remaining. If Havoc or CJ manage to lock in a first place in this round of 4 players, then we are done. We leave and this match is over. If Lava or Kemper manage to take that first place, we go again with just 3 players remaining.
To a sudden death, essentially.
Yep. And I mean, hey, Kemper battling for the lead right now. Havoc in front. CJ's made the mistake. He's clipped behind, and he is going to drop seconds behind the other cars in this round. It's really a battle of 2 up at the front, and it is Kemper coming out on top. Havoc might even drop behind Lavastaff here. Lavastaff is only just behind as we go around this final corner, into the quarter pipe and down the hill. Reactor onto the grass, looking to maybe touch the platform, get a good exit. Kemper's touched. Havoc is through, and he's grounding the final corner. He's in for his place. He's hit the wall.
Havoc.
And there goes Kemper again. He has less speed, though. Does he still make the finish? Yes, he does.
Oh, my God.
And we go into sudden death. Havoc could not close it out.
The Kemper mistake, I thought it was over.
Yeah, it should
I thought
have been.
Havoc was about to just walk away with that one for free, and a little too wide on the dirt. And now we are into a sudden death on a new map.
To do it on Karayan. Absolutely. Quick Twitch chat. Someone tell me what country has a flag in the colors blue, green, and purple? There's got to be one. There's got to be one.
I feel like there has to be.
There must be. It's a great color combination. Well, while we wait for someone to do some Googling and figure that out, we will get ready for this one. I mean, Stealth, who are you feeling in this round as we move on to Karayan?
If I had to choose a winner before this round starts, I feel like it's going to be Havoc.
You're feeling Havoc?
I don't know
in the last match.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
And I love CJ. He's not been driving well.
Yeah, he's been struggling a little bit, and at this point, surely the hands are shaking a little bit. Havoc is out. That's a caster curse.
Hey, I'm so sorry, Havoc.
It'll happen.
I'm so sorry.
You pick a name like Havoc, and you got to expect that you will be introducing the chaotic element into any given match, right?
That's true.
Yeah. Oh, that's a wall hit. CJ's gone. Lavastaff. This is victory lap territory. What's the gap back? It is a second to CJ, who's still moving slowly. The gap is going to extend at that checkpoint. It's not quite. It is 9/10.
In fact,
CJ is
slowly.
technically closing the gap. And in fact, that grass uphill looks a lot better from CJ than it did from Lavastaff. It's going to drop to 4/10. He is gaining rapidly. He is on the hunt. What a way it would be to do this, to put the Pizza Pilots through in this match, to keep them in the tournament. He's still gaining. He is holding in. Lavastaff has been safing a little bit, and he has safed too hard. CJ is through into first place. Only a few turns remain. Lavastaff goes high. He's going to be high on the exit here as well. He's quick on the inside, though, and on the final corner, Lavastaff gets it done. Dude. CJ dropped to 9.5 tenths down, hauled Lavastaff back in, and then lost it all on the final corner.
That was... CJ didn't get it. He didn't end up getting it. That has to be one of the cleanest runs I've seen in terms of how much was on the line.
Yes.
The pressure of, I've made a mistake, I'm a full second behind the guy in first, and I have to win. And to lose by 43 thousandths, to bring it all the way back, I'm very impressed. That was beautiful to watch.
Yeah. That was like momentarily inhabited by the spirit of Carl Jr., who unfortunately abandoned his body right before the final turn.
I thought he was gonna do the unthinkable. I thought he was gonna pull it out.
With the meta storyline of Sin being the first player through from the match as well, CJ being the longest on finalist and nearly clutching up there. Great match. Hey, I'm fully sold on this format if I wasn't already.
Yeah, it's incredible to watch. I do feel for Pizza Pilots not advancing, considering they were the first team to finalist.
Yeah. Now imagine that happening in the grand finals. That's the first DuoCup in a nutshell. This format is brutal if you can't close it out, if you just have that tendency to choke. Absolutely tragic, but really well played even from CJ, from Havoc, right? Lava Staff, that was one hell of a snipe at the very end. I got really lucky with the cameras catching basically all of the action there. That was great. I hope someone clipped like at least 3 different moments in those last couple rounds, because that is very, very clippable. I'm sure Nats or CD or Alex or whoever runs the NCSA YouTube would love to upload those clips.
Yeah, that's cinema. That's what that was. That was just...
Whoa. That's not just cinema. That's Kino, baby.
That was great.
Just checking. I don't see any other updates. It's probably going to be a little while, as we saw in the previous round. It takes a little while to tabulate all the results. So, as far as we know, that's the only match. I might be able to hop in real fast and see match number 4 is still going on. Let's just check that real fast.
It'll be very funny if you find Wall Inspectors 2 in that match by mistake.
that would be... God, you give Randomize a conniption. Okay, it does look like there is some stuff going on right now. If you guys wanted to attempt to hop into lobby number 4, they do actually have some stuff going on. Their Steel Kings have already gone through, but it looks like AAA, aka CD and Import, are fighting for... Well, Import's fighting for his finalist. CD already got it. Have another team on 2 finalists, and then Retirement Home, Fjorton and Ashes have yet to get finalists. I'll send it in game.
Hell yeah. It is equally kind of messy in here as it was in the other match, which makes sense that everyone's scrabbling for survival, as it does look like Peanuts Jorker is potentially about to lock in their finalist.
Great name.
Yeah, in the club. Someone else can fill in the rest of the copy pasta. We don't need a clip of me saying that floating around the internet. Well, there you go. Steel Kings already through, has been iterated. There are 2 teams sitting there with 1 finalist and 1 player validated. That is AAA, who, I don't know, maybe 1 A too many. Looks like Import's suffering a bit of a breakdown at the moment, and they could use a bit of AA. Because of the roadside assistance.
Yeah, I got
like
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was like 50-50 whether it was that or a battery joke.
Took me a second.
That's it. Yeah, that's if it was. Are these electric cars? I can never remember what the official line is. They are, aren't they? Yeah. Damn, the battery joke might have like done numbers.
Should have leaned the other way.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose like if you have a battery and it's a Tesla, then you're probably gonna need AA. because of all the fires, right? Well, hey, we're getting into match for this one. We are on to Ramps, which what a place to potentially decide which of these teams stay in tournament and which of them go on out. I know there were questions in the pre-show about how trained Import was going to manage to be coming into this tournament, and I'm going to say it, if you're not had a lot of time to train the maps in the map pack, Ramps is not the map you want to see popping up at a decisive moment.
Yeah, Ramps, even for people who've probably had a good amount of practice, it is just a punishing track. As we see Rabbi falling behind, losing speed before the bobsleigh as well.
saying all of that, Import is now about a second ahead of everyone else.
Yeah.
So, you know, shows how much I know. As really, it'll come down to the Risky Fin, right? Like, having said that the rest of the map is difficult, it does flow nicely. You can, I feel like, having played it. Oh no! He missed the checkpoint. He missed the checkpoint. He didn't make it high enough. Ashes is in first place. Gotta hit this Risky Fin. You gotta hit this Risky Fin. You gotta get yourself to finalist alongside the other two teams. Go safe. Go safe. Fjorton is also going safe. Where's Rabbi? Is it in time? No, it's not. And also jumped directly underneath the ramp. Hey, sure.
We should have been in here.
Yeah. Good lord.
It's a party in here.
So, hey, Import did pull out a big lead in that last round, and I don't know how much we can read into it. Was really struggling with the setup on that last checkpoint at the end, and did look to be practicing it a little bit, and that is tough. Keeping the speed and hitting the risky is a matter of nailing, like, the two previous turns as well, and that is possibly the hardest part of the map. I mean, we saw Ashes just bail out of it early in that last round. Correct decision. Ended up winning the round and putting Retirement Home onto finalist mode as well. So I guess we're going to see. There are 4 players remaining in this lobby, and 4 of them are on finalist mode.
Yeah, we're in a similar situation that we were in our last match that we hopped into. So Ash is out in front, but Import not far behind, and actually now fighting for first. That would be huge.
Oh. Well,
as I say that.
Tripped over his own wheels a little bit.
There we go.
Yeah, gonna clip a wheel. I mean, missed the quarter pipe here, which is really where it all started to go wrong. He's gonna be forced to double respawn. Import is a long way back. All of a sudden, Ashes. Meanwhile, up front, I was watching, very nearly missed the quarter pipe. Did manage to just about make it. I think this is a safe angle again for Ashes.
Yeah,
Rabbi is 3.5 seconds, 7 seconds down. The rest of the field is stuck on the quarter pipe, except for Import, who has made it to the last checkpoint. I think everyone's just going safe in this lobby, which, hey, fair enough. But, interesting, as we do have Ashes through. Fjorton has been coming second in all of these rounds, and Retirement Home could just be the second team through here.
Could very well. I was just thinking that they're pretty consistent. They're, you know, not necessarily blistering pace, but Jordan's getting to the end without too many massive mistakes.
Yeah. This is, well, we'll see. This is the same situation we were in our last match. It is sudden death, as Import has full crashed and is now out of it. Not really, it's ramps. I mean, anything could happen at the end of the map here. Now
Right.
would be the perfect, like, it'd be the perfect map or perfect round to just nail the Risky Fin for the first time. As I mean, meanwhile, Rabbi has dropped a long way back, is overtaken by Import, but Fjorton is off on a Sunday drive, a day early for it, but feeling good about it because that's just how far ahead of the pack he is.
Almost 3.5 second lead. I don't know if you could say comfortable driving this track at any time. Oh my god. Nothing's comfortable now, as they are all at the quarter pipe, and it is absolutely anybody's.
Who goes Risky Fin? Someone's gotta try the Risky Fin, and they're going to fail it as well. Import has to go Risky Fin here. No, going safe Fin. They both go safe. They're geniuses. As Rabbi gone Risky Fin.
Oh my god, dude.
Rabbi went Risky Fin. Rabbi went Risky Fin and lost by like a 10th. Oh my god.
What just happened?
I don't know. I've got
well,
I've got nothing.
That was
I can't believe you just sent us in there with no warning, Acronator. These are hostile work conditions.
I blame Randomize. He paid for this mod to exist. He brought it into this world.
Oh my lord. That was
yeah.
That was dramatic.
That was that was the most NA round ever, or NCSA. We'll count South America too. We're all equally as scuffed as a whole.
South America definitely contributed to that round.
They were presents at some points. I'm really glad we got that on stream, actually. Just all things considered, because we need to share with the world the insanity that our hemisphere holds, you know?
We might not be the best, but we're the most entertaining to watch.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I'm kind of devastated that Rabbi did nail the Risky Fin, and it just wasn't quite enough.
No.
like by a tenth at the end of that all, managing to nail the risky fin while everyone else chose safe, and it being not enough by a tenth is like, this is for all of the jokes about like how in like Cup of the Days and the rest there's too many risky fins. Like, this is why risky fins are good. Like that round right there.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the drama of like, if the honestly, this is my personal hot take, is that risky fins need to be like significantly harder than they are, like to the point where
they need to actually be risky.
Yes, like you almost can't train it to be more than like 50% consistent, and it just has to be there as a Hail Mary.
Yeah, like I'm back by almost a second, and I have to just full send this and hope I make it. Otherwise, like, I'm out anyway.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, we gotta add RNG into competitive maps.
I'm sure the competitors will love that.
Bring identities back. New Luck 2024.
Like, risky fin that has, like, it's just 3, you know, the rotating block that has, like, 2 wedges cut out of it.
And,
yeah, well, it's just, like, it's 3 of them in a row rotating different directions, so that, like, sometimes the gap is there when you send it, but sometimes it's not, but, like, it will save you, like, 3 seconds at the end of the map as a Hail Mary.
Or kill your car.
Yes, exactly. And most of the time, you're not going to make it through, but sometimes...
On the when you do make it, it's like the greatest moment.
Like, it's content, baby. Like,
no, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm in a similar camp about risky fins. Whenever well, first of all, my maps are terrible, but when I make maps with a risky fin, usually the risky fin is something egregious, like just like basically a slot machine.
Like human rights, like, you know, human rights,
like Geneva Conventions. Yeah, like it's not good. But because it's like, it'll save you like 2.5 seconds. But it might cost you 8.
Exactly. Like, God. Stealth, we are so on the same page for this.
It's fun. I like it.
Rabbi has confirmed in Twitch chat just there, by the way, that was their first time going for the risky fin.
That's awesome.
Like, I can't believe it didn't pay off. Oh,
almost
back-to-back final rounds that we watched, which were sudden death, where like the storyline got interrupted at the very end.
Yeah.
Right,
it was set and then not quite.
Yeah.
It looks like all the rounds in the upper bracket are also done. Obviously, the lower bracket's done. We saw that firsthand. So we're gonna send it to a short break, a very short break, like a minute or two. We're gonna get recomposed, and then we're also gonna get Critty in here. I believe it should be his turn to cast a little bit with Nua. Yes, indeed it is. So we'll be saying goodbye to Stealth for just a little bit. He'll be back later in the day for the final round, the Swiss round 2 of today. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a new face on the desk. Critty, for the first time today. Good to have you on board.
Oh, I'm glad to be here. I already saw the first half of it as well, and excited to what the Swiss will bring us. Hopefully, equally the same amount of chaos and equally the same amount of drama, tears, and somebody actually attempting the risky finish on ramps as well eventually.
Well, as we're starting to get into the invited teams, I don't imagine those players are going to be going for the safe fin all too often, but actually let's speak about that a little bit. We have the draft currently underway. We're just going to watch the spreadsheet and kind of check out what's going on there. We're going to have to refresh quite a bit here, so bear with us, folks. But
there's some stuff already there.
Yeah. We do have some stuff already. I'll refresh, and it looks like still just the 2 teams. So
I can see 4.
Oh, interesting.
Whoa.
Priority.
Let me refresh. Jesus. I still only see 2.
I paid for the premium spreadsheet.
Wall inspectors have selected Arrow to the Knee, according to what I can see, and Kachao have selected Yep Team.
Okay. Well, I guess technically Kachao didn't have a choice because they're locked into the draft groups. Yeah. The anti-Nixotica, the Nixotica clause, as it were. You can see the invited teams over here to left, folks. In the green, you can see, Lingo, Cackney, Neil Charles, Bad PC, Spoder, Jampy, and Odaz. Should be interesting to finally see them on board. And Kachao, of course, is going to have their second pick where they actually get to choose from that second draft group. Have Kentucky Air, Cheesedom, Triangle CP, I forget who's in that one, and Herman Fans. Who are those teams? Okay, Herman Fans is Author Time, Ham Daddy. Triangle CP is that's Nats and Gabo.
And Gabo.
Got you. Should be interesting.
Which kind of, came in as second seed, dropped down into draft group 2, and I think with where they are in that draft group, actually came 4th in their upper bracket match, right?
Let's see. Yeah. Yep. Well, keep in mind the seedings came from power rankings, so power rankings only bring you so far.
But even still, right? That is not a massive drop off, but they did finish behind Runa. They finished behind Kentucky Air Fried Chicken. They definitely, some shakeups on the seeding already.
Definitely. Still only see 2 teams, so I might need you guys to fill me
whenever
in.
I refresh, it does alternate between me seeing. It does alternate between 2 and 4 teams for me whenever I refresh.
I still have 5 basically because I know. Washed picked.
I can see 8 teams. All right.
Okay.
What is this now? Or are you just making up numbers at this point?
Nope. No. I'm gonna tell you that what I can see is just starting with round 1 still. So Washed have picked Runa. Damascus Gaming picked Really Happy. Wall Inspectors picked Arrow to the Knee. Kachao were left with Yep Team. I assume we're doing a snake draft. So did Kachao then get the first? But Yep. So then Kachao got Herman Fans. Wall Inspectors picked Triangle CP. Damascus Gaming picked Cheesedom. And that means that Washed were left with Kentucky Air Fried Chicken.
Yep. Well, fair enough. Well, I'm now expecting basically if Lingo doesn't pick his, it doesn't pick import, then. That's just not it, honestly. Then we should already cancel the tournament. I want to see Lingo and Import facing each other. How many times can you see one of the big shots at Evo facing one of their own players?
Yeah. Does anyone else think that it's interesting there that Damascus Gaming picked Cheesedom over Kentucky Air Fried Chicken?
Maybe cheese fans instead of not chicken fans.
That's true. It's more like Cheesedom and Kentucky Air Fried Chicken haven't played each other in the tournament yet, so obviously we don't know how they'd go against each other. But Cheesedom won their first round match, and then they did come 3rd in their second round match. But similar story for Kentucky Air Fried Chicken. And Cheesedom, I don't know, Random and Cheese Lover versus Cosmos and Dummy. That's Damascus Gaming going with Cheesedom. Okay, Dummy is in chat saying that he straight up messaged Charles and told him to not pick me. So, I guess that could explain it.
The tournament organizers, ban this man. Match fixing omitted. We have copy paste proof right there. Immediately ban that man.
Hey, I've managed to get all 12 teams.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it just popped up for me. So here we could actually follow.
I've been scammed by this premium spreadsheet now.
Hell yeah. Acronator, hit us with that final round of picks.
All right, so Washed chose Steel King, Sully and Alex Shear. Damascus chose AAA, so Import's going to have to face Neil and Charles. It's not an easy round. Good luck, CD and Import. Wall Inspectors chose Employee 427. Good luck, Kemper and Lava Staff. And then Kachow got not stuck with, but you know what I mean, Kentucky Lamers.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually I think we can jump over to Swiss stage, and it has already populated the teams in the matches over there, so we can actually look at what those matches actually look like without trying to go backwards and forwards on that table trying to figure out who's where.
Well, that would be great. I clearly, you guys got the premium spreadsheet. Still stuck on 5. Oh, there we go, I got it now.
Finally,
there's clearly a queue of who gets the refreshes.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind, folks, up at the top, I just highlighted all the games in the Swiss stage, the first 2 of which we'll be seeing today, are to 180. So it's going to last a little bit longer this time around and more opportunities to kind of differentiate themselves from the pack, right? Whereas 150, you saw a lot of teams hitting finalists at the exact same time.
Yeah, so same format, just a slightly higher points differential. It's, kind of regular in cup mode or reverse cup mode that the points limit gets a little bit higher as you go on through the tournament. But I don't know. I don't think that's going to. I do think that's going to shake things up slightly, just for the reason of you potentially get more time to build a gap, and you have a little bit more time on finalist as a team before anyone else catches up to you. You get a couple more rounds, because we did see in a lot of those first round in the qualifier matches, teams ending up like multiple finalist teams at the same time, right? Like a little bit more points limit means a little bit more gap and potentially a better chance to lock it in before other people catch you.
I mean, that's definitely a possibility indeed. I will say that now that we have the invited teams as well as in the mix now, I believe they are going to take that 180-point cap and just going to abuse it to the limits. And you're going to see them on 180 points, and the next team is on 120, is my guess. Well, probably not that severe, but they're going to be quite a bit behind. And given how rough the point system can be, if you can get the first and second position, you are gonna rack in the dollar bills with those points.
Yep. No, that's true. I mean, with 23 points, if you can lock in first and second in multiple rounds, like that is, you can get there in kind of 3 or 4 maps still, in terms of getting up to that points limit.
That is true as well. But now we have to figure out which game do we actually want to inspect as well. We have now a choice of 4 is where we're at. So where shall we be heading our station at?
Let me check real quick.
Now, I think it's important to remember that for Damascus Gaming, Neil has been up since early this morning because we brought him in to cast the Welsh Trackmania Championship.
Oh, did you?
so I'm just saying, like, I mean,
that's... chance is what you're saying.
yeah. I'm just like a little bit of cross-Atlantic match fixing going on there, tiring Neil out before matches today.
I knew Trackmania Esport was scripted, but God, it runs deep.
And Charles has apparently also been up for Games Ward too. Hey, Damascus Gaming probably the favorites in that match, but that could be interesting to see. I mean, all of these matches are going to be good, I think.
There's definitely some good ones. I don't really know. Maybe it's hard to really pick, because at the moment it's very hard to know who's gonna really take the helm of it. We know that the invitees should be the ones to be having a bit of a nice calm time to begin with, but it's more about the second position that is going to be an interesting one. It is the Swiss, so you really don't want to go into the lower, where it's going to be absolutely just chaos, where it was already in the open qualifiers.
Yeah. That's all. I had forgotten about the fact that for a lot of these players, the team tournament was also on today.
Yes.
So there's been a lot of players who are currently playing, I think, who were awake at ungodly hours this morning.
Now. But we do have to make a choice. The hard decisions have to be made here.
Yeah.
Any particular preference, folks, or
leave it to a chat poll?
Leave it to a chat poll. Yeah, let me just put up straw poll because we're not affiliated yet.
Oh. All right, everyone, follow the channel. Come on. It's your own fault that you don't get to pick the match because you're not following.
That is true. That is true. I mean, if I had to,
We might be close by this point. I don't know. I don't have access to the back end.
very hard to say. I mean, if I had to choose one, I would go with the fourth one.
Kachow, yep, Team Herman
Kachow,
fans.
yep, Team Herman fans, Kentucky Lamers. But that's just my opinion. It's all across the board here. Even the first one kind of could be appealing.
That fourth one could be a bit of a sleeper pick because Champion Odaz versus Stokeen and BMQS on Yep
Oh yeah,
team.
there is actually.
Stokeen and BMQS got second place last time around. So
yeah,
that has the potential to be a banger. I certainly don't mind that. So I think we're gonna go with that one. I am getting pinged in broadcast channel. Yeah, okay, they're about to tell the players. Yep.
Yeah, we got the ping that they're about to ping. Is what it is.
Yep. At least we got the ping this time around. Last round it was a bit dicey. So while we are waiting for that, however, I do want to give yet another shout out to the sponsor of this event while we're waiting for the lobbies to get loaded and everything. Once again, we would like to thank HD Enlightenment, not Entanglement, for his contribution to the DuoCup's prize pool. I said Entanglement, and I think Marcel, the streamer last time around, also said Entanglement a few times. It was funny, but also really sad because we didn't have it in writing. This time we do. If you're interested in HD's $100 weekly event hosted in the Kentucky Trackmania Discord, link on screen, feel free to follow all of those links on screen, the Twitch, the YouTube, the Discord, all that good stuff. Regular time for this event is usually every Saturday at 4 p.m. ET or 10 p.m. CET, and this is open to everyone around the world. It's not just NCSA this time around. So feel free to show up. I'm one of the hosts for that particular event. Well, usually once a month. It is a lot of fun. Seen a lot of players like Heave and more recently Purple and Marius have shown up. So it's not just NCSA players. You have the opportunity to actually get some, $70 or $30 if you get first or second place, and some points towards the $1,000 events coming later in December. There's a big leaderboard, all this fancy stuff. But anyways, let's get back into the matches, as it were. We're going to be going into server number 4.
Mm-hmm.
Also, did you see the message? You did ask about the flag, what the flag has green, purple, and blue in it, by the way.
Oh,
did you notice which
was
one
there
it
a
was?
Response? No.
Yeah, I did give you a response, actually. There is a flag that has
Summon
green, purple,
flag.
and blue. It's Summon Doko flag, which is a town and municipality in the Colombian department of Boyacá.
Okay.
It is a South American. It's a Colombian district that has those colors. Apparently, it's a province. I just literally Googled a green, a red, not green, blue, and purple flag, and it found that Samondoko municipality.
Yeah,
maybe that's where Charles is from.
Adopted by Decree 007 on the 1st of December 1979.
All right, well, it looks like they're getting the lobby all set up, so I'll send you guys into the caster's screen and then in-game once it gets towards the warm-up. So break a leg, fellas.
Yeah, I've joined the lobby, and luckily there are players already here, so nobody can accuse me of breaking anything. Things are going great. Creedy, I'm looking forward to this. We're into Swiss stage. I mean, in some ways, the stakes immediately kind of fall off a little bit from the matches we were just watching, just in the sense that, nobody's going to be getting immediately eliminated. At the same time, match quality is immediately about to jump up as the 4 invited teams start to take the stage as well. And you still need to start off on a strong foot on the Swiss. You don't want to be dropping down into those lower halves early if you can avoid it.
Yeah, and this is a Swiss where, normally if you look at a lot of the Swiss things, you usually have, you get the 3 chances. In this one, because it is more like a team format, it's the duos, of course, you have literally only 2 strikes instead of 3. So if you lose twice, you're knocked out, and you do not have a second opportunity. So if you lose once, it's immediately into a death match. You cannot even have another breather, okay, if it goes wrong again, I'll try again. Nope, not gonna happen. So it's really brutal, and if we already see the teams that have gone through, we're gonna have even more fun than we had before. But at least we get, a bit of a judgment call to see if the invited teams are gonna be doing well. But that's yet to be seen.
Yep, I'm definitely not just typing in the in-game chat at the moment. I'm paying attention to you, Creedy. You're very important to me.
Yeah, I did see when I first joined the stream, I saw that the same thing was done in Twitch chat as well. I'm not gonna ask the full details of it as well. I'm gonna leave you to it. Clearly, it's your the fault in this in the chat interaction. So I'm gonna leave you to it.
Yeah, no, I'm just here to corrupt the NA scene, and I'm doing a great job so far. I'm looking forward to this. We are going to be kicking things off on Golden Hour. I've said so many times, Creedy, that I love this map, and I'm looking forward to seeing it again. We have Kachow, we have Yep Team, we have Herman fans, and we have Kentucky Lamers to kick us off in our first match of Swiss.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we've seen this track so many times now that I feel like the players should be playing this blindfolded just to add to the entertainment value as well. I mean, they should know this by now. They've seen this. It was in the South American Cup, North American Cup, Pan American. No, actually, it was. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was.
The Golden Hour in the South American Cup, in the North American Cup. It was, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
so we've seen it already now 3 times, and this is the 4th. Blindfolds on, just to make the screen black, and should be fine.
Yeah. Spoilers. It would not go well. The players are still struggling a little bit on Golden Hour. I've watched previous rounds on this map, and it would not go well. But it's going all right to kick things off here. Nobody really making any big mistakes to kick it off. Author time has fallen away from the pack. It's Pro who makes the first big mistake and will be dropping out. But we still have 6 players in close contention at the front. You'd have to say, though, it is Yep Team who are pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, and clearly we have another case of people having shenanigans, because I'm pretty sure I saw you both calling iCarly Pro. They are gonna be iCarly. I do not give a crap anymore. If you're gonna have wrongming, if you're gonna have XXX Slayer 69XX, you're gonna be called that. Your trouble, not mine. I will call
should have had
one of those names Camper. I'll do that one. I'm not gonna go that far.
They should have had a Trackmania episode of iCarly. I would have loved to see Spencer play Trackmania.
No, I mean, that would have been a hit, in America as well. We would have probably thousands of people playing these DuoCups if it weren't for that. So a missed opportunity at the time. Somebody should have gotten on that, but maybe in the next, maybe some other show will make it happen.
Yeah, probably not, but we can hold out hope. Hey, that was a great first round for Yep Team, walking away with the full 18 points that are available for an ace in this format. And it is Kachow, as a reminder, who are the invited team for this. Odash and Jampy coming in as the invited players on that squad. And they are struggling a little bit here in round 2 after a decent round 1, but not as good as Yep Team, who are once again looking fantastic here on Golden Hour.
Yeah, I mean, the Canadians are having a great time at the moment. And I mean, Stokin and BMQS are both very formidable players, and Odash also a Canadian fighting. So all the Canadians are just having a bit of a battle up in front as well. I like that the Yep Team is repping the Yep car skin. Odash having a great end there as well, sniping both of them. So getting good points on the board, but I do like the skin rep.
Sorry. Did Odash manage to land in the GPS there? I don't know if we were on board with Odash, but
it happened already. I don't know if Acronator even spotted as well, but he has probably spectated a fair few players who have ran into the GPS, and it has then started the GPS trigger.
Very funny GPS placement. Yeah,
perfect.
Hey, great round again from Yep Team. Obviously, Odash managing to snipe them out and deny them the full 18, but still a very strong win. I mean, for your money, probably the best snipe you could get is to snipe 2 players from the same team, to deny them both points and bump them both a little bit further down, especially for first place, to knock them a few points down the leaderboard. But Yep Team still on 32 points, feeling comfortable after 2 rounds on Golden Hour, and looking comfortable again as we start round 3.
Oh, and as casually as you say that, BMQS lifts off into oblivion, making all of what you said absolutely redundant. But Stokin is at least upholding that half of the argument. But doing very well. Odash is in second position all the time. Has fallen from grace, not anymore champion medal. Clearly saw that he didn't play so well in the previous tournament, so he has now seen the better ways. He's now all the time. But for the time being, iCarly and Saber 2 are looking a good round as well. We are getting into some faster time territory as well. Stokin is keeping that 57s alive, and Hamdaddy decided to just DNF, it was absolutely so horrifying for him that he clearly didn't want to finish that round.
Yeah, hey, fair enough. That is, again, Stoking with a great round. And sure, crash from BMQS in the middle there, but you'd have to say, still looking like a great map for Yep Team, who will be looking to exit in first place from the map. One more good round could put the stamp on that as well. Bit of maths for me, Creedy. 18 times 4. What is the maximum points a team can have after a single map?
72.
Hey, that was pretty quick.
Yes, because I tended to be Estonia's top 10 calculator from the top of my head at some point. There was actually a competition where you had to do so on a computer, and I was at some point in my life top 10 in my country in that.
That's an insane lore drop. What? What?
I mean, I was supposed to do calculations with like 52,532 plus 32,581, like those types of calculations, with every multiplication, or division, addition.
Hang on, Odash is crashed. Creedy, the lore drop is incredible, but right now we gotta watch his Yep Team lock in first and second place. Odash could have sniped at the end. His finish has been so good, he just didn't quite make it.
I mean,
sorry, continue with your lore drop.
Yeah, we
continue with your lore drop.
I mean, it's a good skill to have. Helps quite a bit. It comes in when you're shopping. Helps quite a bit. But nowadays everybody can just calculate with a phone anyway. But at least I have the fun and fact of knowing that I can do it faster than you can pull out your phone.
Yeah, that's true. I'm glad that we have one exception, like giving a good name to like caster math.
Yeah, and then I probably have somebody already providing clips where I've gotten math wrong, but you know, we don't talk about that.
So anyway, the point of all of that was the maximum points Yep Team could have gotten on the last map was 72. They got 62. That's a lot of points.
Yep. That is very much 10 points off the minimum, what I said. 72 was the maximum, so only 10 points lost in that one. And at this pace, well, they only need 3 maps to get into finalist mode.
Yeah, which we kind of said in the warm-up, you know, is a possibility, but I don't know if I was expecting it to happen. I mean, that was very quick.
Definitely a quick approach, but then again, I think you brought out a fair few points throughout the broadcast as well, both you and Stealth as well. Like, it can vary so much according to the map. You know, Golden Hour was a map that we've seen so many times, but now we're on Jade, one of the new maps in the pool as well, and this could be wildly different from what we saw now. And I mean, BMQS and Stoking probably gonna have still a good time, but I'm pretty sure like the likes of Kachao, you know, even Hamdaddy and Orthotham and also iCarly and Sempertooth, you never know what you're gonna get out of that. But at the moment we see that both Kachao and Yep Team are fighting for those top positions.
Yeah, Kachao looking much stronger here. Jambi in particular struggled on Golden Hour to ever really break even kind of top 4, but is sitting comfortably in a very tight pack with Kachao and Yep Team. Up 4 of those cars are within a 10th of each other at the front at the moment. Hamdaddy is sitting behind the pack, but having made a mistake will drop further away. Up at the top, it is BMQS who has made the mistake and dropped out of that close top 4. Looking to be a good round for Kachao. Can they all hit the finish? Stokane with the snipe. 7,000s behind Odash and Jampi in 3rd.
Yeah, that was a good ending round as well, and clearly the North and South Americans thought, you know what, we had garlic bread the previous time around with our risky finish. You know what, we're gonna up it up a notch and have another one which you can even more so miss and have a fumble at the end. So I love that. So icing on the cake is what that is. We already saw some fun moments there, and I'm looking forward to how some of the best are gonna have a great time with that.
Yeah. Herman fans have, between them, had a couple of DNFs already in rounds, and while that's maybe not super relevant now, it is leaving, you know, 2-3 points on the table at a time, so it could be relevant later on. Definitely something to keep an eye on at the very least. We're once again off to a very good start for both the team in blue and the team in red. Kachao and Yep Team both looking strong here to kick things off on Jade. iCarly Pro in the background will slam into a wall and drop away from that top 4 from sitting in a comfortable 5th.
Yeah, that definitely shows why these two teams are gonna hustle for the muscle here as well, and this could be a good fight for who's gonna get first and second as well. But they are fully pushing the very limits of this track as well. But
no.
as I say that, they are pushing the wall ever so much as well. And Kachao are looking to get an ace, but they're safe finishes, and Odash misses the finish. So the ace turns upside down, and it's almost a full sandwich in the end.
Oh. How did Hamdani get back into the mix as well? That's wild. Second place for the player from Herman Fans, and Odash clipped on the way up to that risky fin and still tried it. And I gotta say, this is not the risky fin to play around with. You do not front. You just have to accept your safe fin if you lose speed on the way in.
Yeah, but at that point you could be also, as iCarly absolutely face plants the first pole in the corner. I mean, it's one of those, it's one of those lost cause fallacies, Maybe you're just so confident, I have the speed, I have the line, I can do it the second time around,
Yeah.
It's, you just sometimes have to go for it. And it's good practice, Maybe you can just, try a few times. Maybe next time it will work better then.
No.
Clearly not a competitive driver here. You sacrifice the points now and win big later. That's how you gamble in this tournament.
Yeah, no, not for me. I'm all about the locking in the points as they're available and keeping up. We'll see. I mean, look, points available again. It's a new round. It's once again a top 4 comprised entirely of blue and red drivers. This time around, can Yep Team get away without the mistakes at the finish line? Odash pushing, wiggles a little bit on the exit, and there's a respawn from Jampy, it looked like, with a touch on the wall. Decided he was better off just going back. That opens the way for the team in red. They can't quite lock in the ace, though. Odash sniping at the line.
Yeah, again, it's one of those where you're gonna get a very good moments there. You can see Odash immediately try to go more to the left, and it makes a difference and allows him to overtake Stokeen right on the line. But at the moment, I mean, they're cruising. Yep Team exactly on 100. They do, well, if they want to keep their 3-map series going, they need to get 1 and 2 here. Then they at least will be on 118 points, and then they need a pretty good third map. But so far, at least, keeping themselves going. Jumpy, keeping himself a bit closer to the wall, but still sort of in the mix. He could definitely snipe a fair few people if he keeps up a good pace.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it before on multiple of these maps, and with so many players as well in the rounds, I mean, just staying in touch, there's a chance that one of the other 7 players makes a mistake. And there is Sambertooth making a mistake, dropping down behind Jampy. Expect to see Jampy creep a little bit further up the leaderboard before the end of this round. But meanwhile, the battle for the top 3 is still raging fierce, just behind Author Time and Pro, also looking to get in the mix if either of these 3 make the mistake, push too hard, and end up on a wall.
Yeah, you can definitely go fully send it. Yep Team are trying to overtake Kachao. Member Odash on the line. Odash has had a very good ending every time, good lineups all the time, and that is exactly where BMQC could take a few lessons, because he is now faltering again and giving away a fair few points that are making it a bit more complicated. I mean, if they go like that, if I believe if my math is right, they're gonna need a lot of that 72 points from that next map, because they're on 111 and they need 69 out of 72 to keep that pace up.
Yep, that means that, what, like, I'm not gonna do the maths, Greedy, I'm not gonna lie. It's just not happening.
I can save you on that. On the rounds that they are gonna drive,
nobody can ever get
give
fourth.
away second position twice.
Yeah,
so they can be 1 and 3 2 times, and that will
exactly. But like a single fourth, I think, fails it for them as well, right? Like, because that would be
much.
Okay, well, we'll see. We're on to Emerald as well, and we've seen players that are still so practiced on this map from having played it through the other ones, and even back in the NA Cup, the South American Cup, and the Pan American Cup, this was one of the closer maps. Players had really started to lock it down compared to some of the other ones. A lot of jostling at the finish line for position, and I think as we move through this tournament, that is going to prove true again.
Yeah, and I'm expecting Jampy to go full ham here now. Usually, I remember from the Pan American tournament, Jampy loved this track, and I'm already waiting for in 5 seconds to be proven wrong. But for the time being, Jampy, usually when he's been on the track, he's proven to be a very formidable opponent, and he definitely goes full send every single time. So we'll see if BMQS and Stokeen can keep the dream alive of getting to 180 points on this track, but Emerald is not the kind of track that it's very convincing or very easy to do to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, with all of that said, and with Jampy definitely still in contention in this round. BMQS and Stoking do sit in first and second at the moment, but Jampy is so much cleaner across that grass. Barely had to move the wheels with a clean lineup from the start, and now sits comfortably in first place through the reactor section. 2/10, 3/10. Now the gap back as Jampy looks to lock in at first. BMQS has fallen a little bit further down the order, climbs back into third places. Meanwhile, Jampy sends it right on that finish line and picks up a first place and the 10 points to go with it.
Yeah, it is a 54-4. Solid time for rounds as well. Jumpy, you know, that's first of 4 on the board. And that is going to be a nice points indeed. It doesn't quite catch them up with the Yep team because it is now a team sport all of a sudden. So Jumpy doing well, but Odash has to also get the points on the board. But it still remains 18 points, so nothing really going there. And they are far and away from Herman fans and Kentucky Lamers, who we haven't really talked too much about. They have been sort of, you know, having their own match. You know, there's the 1 and 2 match up in front, and then the Herman fans and Kentucky Lamers are shaking hands. You know what? Let's just play for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, which is going to matter, right? This is Swiss now, and the 3rd and the 4th place is based on the seeding you get into your next matches, which then affects how you do in those matches and how you go further in the tournament as well. It's going to matter. 3rd and 4th will be relevant, but yeah, you're absolutely right at the moment. I mean, the conversation definitely has to be around that 1st and 2nd place team, and it is Jampy looking to lock in another 1st place. Alter Time is in 2nd. Stokane just behind. Jampy is going so far right every time on that finish. I'm clenching whenever he gets up there, but it is another excellent time with a 54.5.
Yeah, this is his track, and he loves to get the points on the board. And this round, Yep team didn't have the best of performance as well, so now you get to reel them in a bit. You know, Yep team currently are yepping their way up in front, but Kachao coming from the back line, you know, Lightning McQueen would be proud at the moment, you know, closing that gap. And whether they will actually get first position is yet to be determined. But they are definitely enjoying a lot more success, and the fact that Jumpy is having a wonderful time. And if Odash can get one of those top positions as well, that gap can go quite fast. But Stoking PMQS, I mean, they've been at least all the time up in front. Just the ending, where you've said many times, it is the most difficult part of the track, and everything can go wrong there.
Yeah, I do think the fact that there's no proper ice turn in the map pack is some kind of psyop against Team Kachao. They can't even turn right to go left. Like, what's the point?
Yep, that's just a fact at the moment. This is now Pan American tournament didn't have it. DuoCup doesn't have an ice turn. I feel like this is a conspiracy against ice at this point, but we're not a conspiracy, is the blue of Kachao. I'm now realizing that Kachao should be red, but what a way to end it still in the end.
What a finish. 2 players from Yep team snipe the 1 for Odash. That is payback for the snipe Odash got back on Golden Hour against both members of Yep team. And that will be decent points then gained for Yep team as well. They pick up 14 in this round. They move themselves to 147, still 33 points to go. At this point, it is official. They will have to see another map, unfortunately for them. But they are getting dangerously close to that finalist mode.
That is indeed true. And I already am 100% sure it's going to be ramps next. I don't know that, of course, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be that, because I would love to see now these players trying this track as well. We saw, you know, the open qualifiers having a go at it as well. Some interesting strategies deployed in some cases, especially towards the end. I love the fight for the safe finish. You know, if everybody goes to safe finish and Jumpy now touching the corner, it's all good and good. But now Odash has to get some points on the board, because yeah, Jumpy having his first falter of the match.
Yeah, drops a long way down the leaderboard, sitting in 8th place, and will struggle to get out of there before the end of the map. It is close for a second at the moment by BMQS. Stokane is in the mix, wheel to wheel with Odash towards the finish line. More speed for Stokane, further right for Odash, and further right wins on this occasion. It is a gap of 100th between the two of them, but it's Odash with the 8 points.
Yeah, absolutely lovely indeed. That's where you have that, you know, the extra mile if you want to go for it, and it pays off indeed. Jumpy already saying in chat that he was on a 0.1. Honestly, it's copium at this point, unless there was a copium timer that he saw that it was a 0.1. Then fair shot. We would need photographical evidence of that, which I'm sure he definitely did take off. But until then, we move on to Korean, where I'm still waiting for a sub 102.
Yeah, you did call ramps, and I knew as soon as you said it that you were going to lose the 50-50, I'm afraid.
Well, if anything, I'm now getting treated to the fact that I might see a sub 102, so let's make that happen instead.
Yeah, you know what? That'd be a decent consolation prize. World record on the map is the 102.064 by Charles, so players are pushing that sub 102 for sure. Hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I mean, Charles has every single world record at the moment, so, you know, somebody needs to get to work, you know. Charles has had past 5 out of 5. You know, somebody needs to get on the business end of it, but the business end is that we're going to see finalists on this track. Now, how successfully that finalist mod is going to go for these Yep Team and Kachao in a few rounds, that is yet to be determined. And if the longer you linger, the longer Herman fans can get closer. Kentucky lamers, well, they're going to have to put in a bit more elbow grease work into getting a few more points, but it's there. It's there.
We are on map 4. We've been through 3 maps. Kentucky lamers are on the exact amount of points that Yep Team were on after the first map.
I mean, that's just rubbing salt into the wound at this point, you know?
Pointing out how well Yep Team did on map 1 in the pack here, and they haven't quite kept up that blistering pace after map 1, but they have still held on to that lead. They are still doing incredibly well. As I say that, Stokeen is having a little bit of a rough time of it, and BMQS will have to settle for 3rd as Odash picks up the round win. Jampy, unfortunately, in last place means that Kachao won't really close the gap with Yep Team here.
I mean, that is pretty solid indeed. I mean, it's a nice sandwich of Kachao at the moment. Odash at first, Jumpy at last, so there's something there. But with everybody being so mixed in between, everybody mostly got almost equal amount of points as well, like 11, 10s, 8s, and nothing really to shuffle the board here. And if anything, Yep Team are on most likely, without a shadow of a doubt, 99.9% sure are going to be finalists next round.
It'd be almost difficult for them not to be, given how well the two of them have been driving so far. And as things stand, well, they were 1st and 2nd through that checkpoint. They will just about be 1st and 2nd through that checkpoint as well. But Odash is right there alongside them, and Jampy is not far off either. We've seen this blue versus red battle time and time again throughout this match. And it is once again the battle on your screens as Jampy goes from 4th up to 1st and then crashes out of it. The pressure got too much for him.
It was a good run, but went a bit too early, and I really wanted to push that corner, but if anything, that just only allows for Odash to go for a bit of glory here, deny the players. BMQS falls a bit behind. After time even comes in and overtakes, some more points lost to Yep Team, but with Stokeen, but Odash touches as well, and all of that is crumbling so much down, and even if one of them only got 2nd position, Yep Team would have gotten. They got 16 instead, so a bit more overcooked and than was needed.
Yeah, hey, there's going to be a few rounds. Obviously, you need at least 4 rounds to get, or 2 rounds to get a team through in finalist mode, but Kachao on 161. Herman fans are 50 points behind, give or take a little bit, but it's not that far behind. They're maybe closing in a little bit on Kachao, especially with rounds like that where both of them dropped into the bottom half of the points in the round. Don't necessarily expect to see that very often. Kachao have been quick out on track, but it is worth keeping an eye on, just in case. Yep Team on finalist, looking for one of them to try and validate in this round.
Yeah, but this is going to be an absolute wildfire. I mean, Kachao is the invited team, so there could be the first one to get a bit of a... Well, I wouldn't say a loss. They would still go 1-0, but they would be going 1-0 in 2nd place match. So, you know, it's something to keep in mind. And currently, the red is on the screen. Odash doesn't see it because he's now in 1st position. So Stokeen needs to push and really needs to send it, but it's gonna come down to the very bitter end where we've seen many people falter, but I believe Odash has the better line, much better jump over the penalty, and that is another denial, so nobody goes through this time around. But one thing is happening, Kachao is still not in finalist, and Odash says, nuh-uh.
It's the 102.7 and is immediately in chat. Like, the pace in that round only matched at the speed at which he reached for his keyboard as soon as he hit 1st place there.
Yep. equally as much. It's immediately just going like, no, nope, not gonna happen. So, but it does help Kachao again. If Odash can keep going and as well, and this is the final round on this track as well. If he can deny one more time, or if Jumpy has a good round, then we have to go into the 5th map and decide which order they're gonna go through.
This is the worry, specifically for Kachao. Odash has been very consistent and very quick. Less so in this round. He is, a couple of tenths off the lead this time around. Jampy has been up and down. It's going to be a little bit harder, I think, for Jampy to lock in that finals, depending on how ramps goes for the team. Yep team, on the other hand, both of them, I think, have been very consistent throughout the match so far. So even with both teams on finalist, unless Jampy is the first player to lock it in, I'm still kind of backing Yep team to win the match.
Yeah, but that will come down to how well they can drive ramps.
Because
BMQS is looking to take the first finalist point, and at the moment with the positions champion Odash have, I believe they are gonna get into. Odash is up in front, but Jumpy is going for almost 2nd position, and that's 6 points. So Odash just needs to finish, which he does. So it's even he got 2nd. I didn't even notice. I thought Sambertooth got it, to be honest. So even I got fooled there.
Importantly, though, BMQS will validate their finalist mode, and that is 1 of 2 needed for a Yep team, just looking for Stokane to get on through. Now, as has been mentioned, the final map in this match that we will see is ramps, where, who cares how well you were driving before? Show us how well you can do on ramps. It's going to be tough. It's probably about to get messy. And Odash and Jampy have just locked in their finalist mode. Can they manage to deny Stokane for a couple of rounds?
You say that it should be determined here if, there's 3 people and 4 rounds. So you can do, I think you can do the math that there is a possibility.
I hear what you're saying. We're guaranteed going to finish it off here.
I am guaranteedly going to say that is not going to happen, because I'm pretty sure somebody's going to die. And for example, like Author Time or somebody just out of nowhere just denies it, because if you don't have the line for the risky finish, you are not going to make it.
It is time for Ham Daddy to become their father, is what I'm hearing.
That's one way to say it as well. Well, Stokane is completely out of it, so that already just increases the odds ever so much, because Author Time and Odash are fighting, and iCarly is there as well, or whichever other pronounceable name they have. Don't care, they are iCarly now. But we'll see. Currently Herman fans are really pushing Odash, and Odash is in front, but that's not the most comfortable lead I've ever seen.
No, it's most definitely not. Author Time only a couple of tenths down. This quarter pipe coming, or we're well past the quarter pipe. No, we're coming up to the quarter pipe. I recognize the map. Odash jumping into it now. You gotta be careful. You want to go low, you don't want to go too low. Odash does nail that one, but Author Time carries a little bit more speed down off the ramp. It'll come down to the risky fin. Can Odash nail it? First time of asking. Has the speed just about. Odash nearly gets sniped. It's 36 thousandths. Author Time needed to be a hair to the right. One more input and maybe manages to snipe that away, but Odash will sit happy having validated that finalist mode.
Yeah, and we see some already some competition flaming. Man goes on the bench, any percent speed. I don't know how I can mentally psych out my opposition.
Is this the equivalent of, like, in ice hockey, someone gets sent to the penalty bin and then just starts heckling the other team from the penalty bin?
It's pretty much that, but in this case, he's actually sort of won. So he's not actually getting penalized. He's there literally as you can say, like, you're not winning. So pretty much like that.
I think, unfortunately, maybe for Odash, it may have backfired slightly, because Stokane is off to a blistering start on this round, just ahead of Author Time at the moment. Into the dirt turnaround we go. Author Time carrying a lot of speed, but Stokane with an inside line pulls away in front out of that turn. We do have Ham Daddy alongside as well. Author Time has clipped a little bit, will lose a bit of speed. It'll be up to Ham Daddy to chase down Stokane and deny Yep team the win. Herman fans, again, they're not out of it just yet. If they can prolong this match, they're feeling okay about maybe their chance to come back in. But Stokane is rounding the final couple of corners, just needs to hit the risky fin. No mistakes from here on out, and they will have locked in first place for Yep team, and it will be Stokane across the line. The heckling does not work, and this is why you should never flame in online games, kids.
Yep, that is karma is the B word, and it definitely got up to one of these teams. Not Odash definitely maybe feeling a bit of the. I mean, Odash donkey, a bit of a donkey moment there for him. Now he has to watch his team out now get this done, and honestly, Jampy has not looked so convincing. If there's one team that has looked convincing, it's Herman fans.
Yeah, they don't have enough rounds left, though, to close things out on ramps. That's Jampy and Pro both making the exact same mistake, and Jampy will just straight DNF it. There will not be a second-place team in this round, no matter what happens. And so it's Sambertooth, it's author time, and it is Ham Daddy up at the front. Ham Daddy just a little ways behind the other two, but it's a better time again. Author time looks clean on that turn, and Sambertooth will crash on out. And that means 18 points up for grabs for Herman fans.
Yeah, and that will put them to 173, which means that if Jumpy cannot close it out, more than likely the Herman fans are going to join the finalists as well. So look at that path to glory right there. I mean, Ham Daddy could even go safe here, which they are not. I mean, that would be boring. You always go for the risky, and there it is. 1 and 2, 18 points on the board. We go one more time on ramps, and if Jumpy cannot do it that round, well, he might have to do it in the next map.
Yeah, and right now, my money's on Herman fans to manage to deny Jampy again. They are looking clean on ramps. And if we go back to Golden Hour, Jampy started off the match looking shaky on that map as well. And as far as I remember, Herman fans were at least up there. They were at least contesting. So all of a sudden, I mean, from the massive points differential we saw from Yep Team and Kachow back to Herman fans and Kentucky Lamers, it's suddenly not feeling as large as it was. It's not as large as it was. It is only 7 points away for Herman fans. And sure, they need to get 2 first places, but I can see them doing it.
Yeah, my question is more so, what kind of Herman are they fans of? Is it a Herman? Is it a Herman a person? Is it a Herman some kind of?
Jampy slid out.
Yeah, and that's all she wrote for Kachow. I mean, if there's any lore for the Herman fans, more than welcome to share it with us as well.
I have to imagine that it's Herman Miller chairs because they are great.
I mean, that could be, but they're not sponsored by Herman Miller chairs, at least as far as we know.
It would be wild if they were.
Yeah, but Author Time has to go safe, but Ham Daddy is going to get first anyway, so not much to it. Author Time is getting lost on the safe way as well. First time probably being there. Jumpy saying hi to the fans in the stands. It's all nice on the match.
Yeah, as Dan on the Moon says, they're not sponsored by Herman Miller yet. Positive manifestations, Creedy. We gotta get it. We'll get there.
One day we will know what the lore is behind the Hermans. But for the time being,
we figured it. We figured it out. CJ has dropped the lore in chat. Herman is Mark's stuffed bear.
Ah, I see now. There you go. I'm very much lost in Hello Mark's lore, so I have to apologize for that because he streams at times that I am definitely not awake at, or not even remotely capable of functioning to watch a stream.
There's a Herman emote.
Yeah, I see that now as well. Looks very adorable. Very nice. It's a lovely little hat as well on top. Very cute.
Yeah. That is pretty excellent. We're gone back to Golden Hour. Herman fans need 2 wins. Kentucky Lamers need 48 points. And Kachow, they just need Jampy to have a clean round. With, it does have to be said, a little bit of pace injected as well. Just keeping clean is not enough of a guarantee right now because there are still fast drivers in this lobby.
Yeah, Jampy is definitely having a bit of PTSD from Cars 3, where, I mean, Lightning McQueen just crashed out, and it could be possible that they are crashing out from second position at this point, because, yeah, Herman fans, I mean, they are good, but Jampy has the skill for it, and you can see, the man's in the lead. The only thing he can be troubled by is a triangle CP. I mean, that's probably the worst thing that could happen on anybody on this track, but so far it's looking like a very clean round for him.
Triangle CP are in a different match.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them on the track. They are really just trying to put themselves on every single track at this point.
Hang on. Jampy's winning. He just has to survive the water, and this could be it. This could be Kachao locking in second place. Gets through cleanly, 9/10 ahead of Sambertooth as well, as Jampy rounds the final corner. Failable finish. We've said it before, we'll say it again. This could be a solid round, though, and Jampy, despite a shaky look on Golden Hour the first time around, takes one round to get it done this time around. A 57.478 is also a solid time to close things out on for the team.
Yeah, that is a very good round as well. After having the most greatest time on ramps, the roller coaster ride of a lifetime comes down to Golden Hour and makes it count in the first try as well. But we are going to be playing apparently for third position as well, which this time around, I think.
Teams sure do seem unsure about that themselves. The answer is yes, we are meant to be doing that. Well, Kentucky Lamer is off to a better start then. Author Time has DNF'd. Sambertooth, I think, has just about left the line, but Pro is winning the round.
Well, iCarly, as I like to call them, never heard of this Pro guy before. Clearly they renamed for a reason, but for the time being, I mean, Hamtaddy is going at it. Sambertooth was driving backwards at some point when I was spectating him as well, and that would be interesting. Now iCarly is in the lead, Hamtaddy is at the back, but I believe that this should be at least Kentucky Lamers getting it done while denying it. They are a fair few points behind, but so a bit of work to do.
There's a lot of points up for grab all of a sudden, and they're gonna get a decent amount out of this round. I mean, that's what, 16 points that they're closing in. It's only a couple of rounds before they catch up to Herman fans.
Yeah, good luck with that. The guy is 20 seconds behind, and my math says that you cannot do that in 3 seconds.
Fair point. Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. Look, sometimes we all forget about the lockout timer. Look, that's still a quarter of the points they needed, essentially. I mean, they're still only... The point stands that they are only a couple of rounds away from potentially denying Herman fans, and everyone is on the same page that we are, in fact, still driving at this point. Everyone on track. Can Hamdaddy or Author Time pull out a win in this round?
I mean, I would say that probably is going to happen. Of course, as I say that iCarly and Sambertooth are absolutely in the mud. Hamtaddy does give them a bit of an opportunity to get into second position, but Author Time and Hamtaddy look to be now realizing that, you know, we'll just close it out, get it done and dusted, take their position, and hope to God.
Creedy, they've got the gap. This is where you have to make the decision. Which of your players is it more important to get through right now? Who is going to struggle more?
Well, if you look at what is happening currently in the round, I would say, is that really relevant?
Yes, I genuinely think this is something the teams need to start considering. Even this early in the tournament is like, look, yeah, most teams are going to have a slightly stronger, a slightly weaker player. That's not even an indictment of anyone. That's just the fact of it. Or which maps are coming up, what is their weaker maps and things like that. Not relevant in this round, absolutely. Sure, they were this far ahead. Hamdaddy probably still looking good to get through. It's just a conversation I want us to keep having throughout this tournament of if you have a gap like that. We've already seen it once today. Sometimes it is worth considering which player you are going to give the win to.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that is going to happen, not only once. We saw it already happen in one of the open qualifiers.
Exactly.
Where Rookie did just went off in the final stretch to give Randomize the first position as well. So definitely a valid strategy, especially when on that track Rookie did look very much more comfortable. So a very good opportunity to do so. But for the time being, what is looking very comfortable is the fact that Hamdaddy has to actually race for that position. So, but I still think that it's completely irrelevant because Hamdaddy is going to get a first position by at least 2 seconds, is my prediction.
Okay. Well, it's a brave prediction because we're running out of track for mistakes to be made on. We are about to enter the water section where things do get difficult, and Hamdaddy has picked up the lead for the time being. Everyone is safely through, though, and Sambertooth does have a slightly better lineup for this following turn. He's going to end up very wide, though, and that should give Hamdaddy this win. Back-to-back rounds for Herman fans. Back-to-back wins. Hamdaddy touches. He's gone. He's in the mud. It's not done just yet.
Oh, I was incorrect. I said he was going to be winning by 2 seconds. It's just the other way around.
That's actually 8 seconds, though, just so we're clear as well.
8 is a multiple of 2, close enough.
Yeah. Kentucky Lamers are not far off finalist mode. They just need to deny a couple more rounds.
Yeah, one more. They just have to finish ahead of Hamdaddy in the next round on this track of all as well, on the most riskiest finish we have. So what a great map to go into.
Oh, no, never mind. It is, in fact, over for Kentucky Lamers because Hamdaddy has asked how to drift in chat. Pro has responded with press break, and Hamdaddy has thanked him. So I think, unfortunately for Kentucky Lamers, it is over. Hamdaddy has learned the break button.
I mean, at this point, do you really need a brake button? As long as you turn it off with your acceleration, you should be fine. And you can technically use a technique called auto slides. If you jump or set yourself up into a slide, you technically don't have to drift. If you have enough speed, the car will do the sliding yourself. And on this track, you can see he's using the brake button. Clearly it is a working tactic. I will say it's a tactic that has worked for 20 years of Trackmania and yet to be proven not an effective strategy.
Yeah, well, we'll see how effective Hamdaddy can be here on Jade. Because, well, he's a couple of tenths down off the start line. Now he's gaining already. This is definitely far from over on this round. But this is Kentucky Lamers looking to move themselves to finalist mode as well. And if they can put the pressure on with a decent round from both of them in this one, get inside Hamdaddy's head a little bit, they could still lock into third place. But Hamdaddy has gained, has caught up to Pro, and is pushing as we enter the middle of the track.
This is going to be a fight to the bitter end here. Hamdaddy does have the better line, I feel like. No, actually not so, but you can jump very low and tight into this corner and gain a fair bit of speed as well. But this is going to come down to this drift as well. This could go very much wrong and right. iCarly goes for a very much heavy drift just to make sure he gets the corner. But you do have to make the most important jump of your life in 3, 2, 1. And you did not fail, and Hamdaddy did. So one opportunity now, and we have 3 more rounds on Jade and 3 more people that need to get through, which only 2 of them can do. Technically, if Kentucky Lamers just deny Hamdaddy for the rest of the rounds.
I don't want to go on about it too much, but they had a golden opportunity to just give Hamdaddy a win earlier, and I do think Author Time has been the faster driver for this team. And I'm just saying, it's getting real dicey out here, boys.
Like I said in the beginning, completely irrelevant, because all it takes on this track is for 2 people to miss, and coincidentally, those 2 people are currently in the lead for Hamdaddy. So if something goes wrong, he can just get a risky finish and pops your uncle, basically.
Well, we'll see. Sabertooth leads from Pro, from Hamdaddy. Hamdaddy overtaking Pro for the time being, but this looks to be short-lived. Good speed for both of them through this section. They drift at the same time. Hamdaddy readjusting and pulls it off a little bit better than Pro, who is now dropping a long way back. It'll be up to Sabertooth to deny in this round, and then it will be the most sudden of sudden deaths as we get a 1v1 to try and lock in third place in the match.
This is still very much a contestant. You have to make this jump.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of pressure on the back of you as well, and currently the line is looking good for Sabertooth, and that is just enough. So a 1v1 sudden death match between Hamdaddy and iCarly. If anything, like I said, it's still irrelevant because it's for the content. Good luck to the players, and I'm sure he's gonna do it in the final round.
Oh, it's so much more dramatic than it ever needed to be. 2 finalists left, 1 round on Jade, a map that is new for this map pack. They'll have had slightly less practice time than they would have had on the other maps in the pack, and it is Hamdaddy already playing the role of chaser, trying to catch up to Pro, who's off to a decent start.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting as well in regards, they're not out of the tournament technically, but I do question at the same time as well. Author Time has been watching this for the longest time now, and he's looking at this at the moment and going like, yeah, this is not looking quite so good at the moment. But like I said, it's still irrelevant because I think Hamdaddy is going to do it. It has taken him at least, I don't know, at this point 8 rounds, but hey, if third time is not the charm, surely the 8th one is.
Yeah, you say that.
We're
getting towards the end of the track. Oh my god, it's happened. iCarly has crashed And Hamdaddy through into the lead. 7/10 is the gap. Hamdaddy has failed this finish before, and now would be the worst possible time to fail the finish again. Hamdaddy, one jump and through. Herman fans lock in third place in the match. Kentucky Lamers made the miraculous comeback, but they could not do it at the very end. First place still Yep Team. Kachow took second. Herman fans third overall in the match, and Kentucky Lamers in fourth place.
I mean, yeah, like you said, like exactly, like this was the case. I mean, you worried. It only took 8 rounds or so, but they still got it. It is third position. It didn't matter if it took them 1 round, 8 rounds. Position was exactly the same.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, Akronator, you're on my side though, right? You gotta think strategy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You gotta think strategy.
Absolutely. I've seen enough of DuoCup by this point in the first iteration. Now this one where you gotta think, like, who is going to be better at closing it out if you have those opportunities. You really have to take them. But that's hard, right? Because you're already worrying about surviving some of these maps like Jade, like Ramps, in a lot of cases, like Golden Hour, for example, or even the second half of Emerald, right? But I'm not really sure what to say. Now, it does look like we have another match.
I would go to
still
match
going
3
on.
at the
Yeah,
moment.
I was about to say.
Lie.
Match 3.
I'm already there, and holy moly!
I'm gonna send you guys in then at the very least. You can figure out what's going on here because it's a mess.
As it always is. Okay, what the hell have we got? Triangle CP with finisher mode. Wall Inspectors have 1 player already validated. Arrow to the Knee are sitting just a few points off and are looking to potentially lock themselves into finalist in this round as well. In fact, they will have done so. Gabinet won the round, and so Triangle CP have also got a player validated, which means Wall Inspectors and Triangle CP, 1 player each, needs to win a round to lock in first place. Arrow to the Knee looking to disrupt.
Yeah, this is exactly what I need. There is, I like how, unironically, there's a. I mean, I guess I do like the name. I think the most 500 IQ name is Arrow to the Knee because they have an archer and a knee on the team. That is absolutely the best name in the tournament, I think. With
there is some
amazing amount of IQ they have.
Some implication of team-on-teammate violence involved there, I think. Like, ideally, if the archer and the knee are on the same team, an arrow should not end up in the knee.
Well, it depends, of course. Maybe, you know, the archer is going to shoot an arrow in Knee's car, and then, you know, he will take the position because he knows, you know, Knee will be better than him. You know, this is all a psychological battle where Archer will tell to Knee, I'm going to shoot you now with an arrow. He's going to dip away and let Arrow get the first position, and there you go. It's the strategy you were looking for, but in a different way.
Hey, Archer was winning the round right up until, well, sorry, he wasn't. He is now. Look, I'm deeply confused. Archer and Knee, they're going to lock in first and second place. Doesn't matter. One of them's going to get through. One of them bounces off the finish. Archer, it's a good thing they had 2 players there because Archer missed.
That is indeed true. Imagine if they both missed. That would have been a bit chaotic. 1 arrow takes both of them out.
Oh Lord, this is a messy match. We have 3 teams now with 1 player validated, 1 player left in finalist, looking to try and fight their way through and pick up the round win. And we are going to go and do it on another map. Where are we headed? It's Golden Hour. Oh hell yeah!
Oh, this is going to be great. I'm sure nothing's going to go wrong here. But I think it's a good map to close it out. I mean, we have 4 rounds now. You look at, there's 3 players looking for those positions. Technically, we should get, you know, 3 rounds, 3 winners. But apparently somebody's having a bit of shenanigans because I see something at the top end there, which... don't worry about it. What? No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If it's gonna go through now, this is gonna be hilarious. But I doubt it's going to go through.
That's not even popped up on my screen. I don't get the vote to skip.
Well, you're not the one playing. You don't make decisions around here, Noah.
Well, yeah, no, that's fair. Hey, we're into the round. We will, in fact, have to suffer through Golden Hour, by which I mean the players will have to suffer through Golden Hour, and we'll get to enjoy every second of it. That is an early touch from Nats, and potentially putting paid to the dreams of Triangle CP of picking up the round win. Spoder out to a clean lead. Archer slots into second place. Both of them looking to validate their finalist mode and put their team through in first in this match.
Also, again, I will commend these players for some very nice team names. Spooder, Spider, Wall Inspector. Spiders are basically wall inspectors, aren't they? They don't never ask you for any payment for that as well. But with Archer in the wall, I mean, Spooder should be closing it out and putting Wall Inspectors in first position.
Yeah, clean lead now, over a second, and it is just up to Spoder to nail this finish. Do not crash the finish when you are not under pressure. The line looks good, the speed looks great, and Spoder will lock in first, and Wall Inspectors take their overall victory in this first round of Swiss.
Yeah, very nice. They are very much happy with that as well. Wall Inspectors are one of the teams, of course, that are, they were one of the invited teams. They are going to go through in first position. So technically everything is going exactly as expected.
Yep, looking good. As still arrow to the knee and Triangle CP battling it out then for second place. Nats had an early touch even before this part on the last round. This time around looking better.
It's looking better indeed. It looked much better until he met the next transition. So Archer is now the one looking to make this one count. I mean, with the power rankings as well, I mean, Triangle CP is technically more higher seeded when the original part as well. So it would be a slight bit of upset. But I mean, given the status of these players, I feel like at some point they are going to equalize more and more. So unless Archer wants to make this last a bit longer and give Lava the win here.
Yeah, it is, well, probably not going to happen if we're being totally honest right now. Archer just needs to get around one final drift, goes early on the drift, but should still have enough speed to make this finish. It was a close run thing, but that is going to be the round win for Archer. Second place for the team, and Nats not getting any coffee because you know what? Coffee is for closers.
I don't even drink coffee, to be honest. I'm also a morning person as well in that regard. I like tea. Tea is nice.
Yeah, that was a movie reference, but
I know, but I really just wanted to say that I don't like coffee.
That's completely fair. You know what? Understandable. Nats is still looking to lock this one in. Kemper, meanwhile, has crashed on out, so it's up to Lavstaff to potentially try and chase down Nats and deny the round win. Nats has been struggling here on Golden Hour a little bit, but we are just battling it out for third and fourth place right now. Both of these teams will technically get a 0-1 on the scoreboard, but they are playing for seeding into the second round as well. And it does matter. Again, it'll affect the rest of your tournament. Nats should be clear, right? You're at a position where you can take safe fin at this point. Well, touching the wall, not going to help all that much. And Nats goes slowly into the engine off section. And if there is a place on a Trackmania track where you do not want to touch a wall, it's always right before the engine off block.
Yeah, but it makes the water section easier, so there's that. There's a positive to everything in life, and as long as Nats now finishes the run here, then it doesn't really matter in the end. He does do so. Third position, everybody does it. 1, 2, and 3. We have 3 rounds on the track, and that's how it is also decided as well. So yeah, Wall Inspectors first, Arrow to the Knee second, and Triangle CP in third. And Employee 427, also known as Stanley, will be going into the fourth place Swiss. Lovely job.
Hey, Swiss stage is fun. I like that.
Yeah, it's only going to get more chaotic.
Definitely a lot of chaos, truly.
Yeah, got a little bit messy there in some of those matches for sure. And I mean, we only saw half the matches. I mean, God knows what was happening in the other two. Can't imagine it was
right
all that much cleaner.
Well, the fun part is that those matches are still underway, which is the fun part as well.
Are they?
In my opinion.
No, let's see. Match 1 just finished, so it looks like all I can tell is that Sully and Alex got 4th. I couldn't see the others in time.
Well, I would presume that most likely in that match maybe washed was first, but at least I'm looking at ECM, and they are like 30 points behind Rana and Steel King, so maybe they are actually washed, but we'll have to wait and see on that later on as well. But I believe the second match is still on the way.
Checking right
Goodbye,
now.
Yek. And thank you for the raid. Welcome, Yek viewers.
Hello, Yakosto. Hopefully you had a great stream as well.
Wow. Okay, so...
Okay.
Second match is still going on. I can send you guys back into that. It looks like... Yeah.
Oh, there is actually, yeah. And Damascus Gaming is on the ropes here, actually. A bit.
Lord above. All right, what's the situation here? 2 finalists for Damascus Gaming. Somehow, some way, the points limit in this match is 150. Sure, absolutely. Why not? But they still haven't managed to finish, so we'll just call it a time-saving measure to get us back on track here and call that a day. Damascus Gaming, Neil and Charles, they do have finalists, but really happy are the team that have managed to validate one of their players already. Noisia managing to get the hell on out of here and leave everyone else to battle it on out. And Charles does lead the way at the moment, but the entire pack nipping at his heels on this occasion. Random and Cheese Lover both in position to potentially deny the round win.
Yeah, this is looking to be an absolute worldly. Of course, Charles is not a pushover here, so he's gonna fully send it in the end and secure that position here. Interesting to see if he can actually do so. Random is actually still, on the heels, just waiting for something to go wrong. But given Charles's demeanor and skill, this ending should be much cleaner, and that is a very clean exit. Very solid time as well, with a 0.3 on the board, and the world record holder moves on to the points here as well. And also, I noticed something, fun fact, on the right side of the records, it actually color coordinates the records as well, which is nice if we know. That's I just noticed that.
Yeah, pretty sick. If the players are in the match, we get to see which team they are playing for. Charles, well, he's no longer in the match. He has exited gracefully out stage left, having picked up the win there, leaving Neil to try and pick up that second win and give Damascus Gaming that overall win. Tankrom also chasing the win for the team as well, and it is Neil and Tankrom out front at the moment. 100th between them, 10,000 separating them at that last checkpoint, and there's going to be less at this following checkpoint. They are locked in a battle.
Yeah, it's going to be our neck-and-neck race for that position. It's a big difference whether you go into the... Well, then again, how much of difference? Do you want to actually go into the next Swiss round going up against every single match's first position? I'm sure you would love to win, but not going to lie, that second position match, it kind of looks actually more appealing. Seems like a much easier win, not gonna lie, now that I think about it.
I didn't think that was how that worked, but you're absolutely right. That is what the bracket says. Yeah, first place, looking a little bit scary at the moment, but I mean, they're fighting it out for it anyway. And Tankrom's going to clip. Neil is through into first place, and it's an easy finish from there on out. It will be Damascus Gaming locking in that first place. Really happy. Could still get second, but Cheesedom are joining them on finals mode from here.
Well, that is now interesting because Cheesedom, yeah, you are rightly so. Tankrom now has to hold the fort for the Cheesedom there, and hopefully at the end of this round, well, as we switch maps as well, Tankrom is going to be really happy, as their team name alludes as well. And we move on to Emerald. What a great map to make sure whether you're going to be second or going to be struggling to hold on to and possibly even be third.
I'm glad that you read their name as Cheesedom, like, you know, a kingdom or a dukedom, instead of Cheesedom.
Well, I'm just saying, whatever is on your mind, no, I'm not gonna...
I'm just saying, exactly, I'm glad that you didn't have to make us go there.
Well, and then you mention it, and now we are in this position awkwardly talking about it.
I don't think that can be blamed on me, you know?
Well, I said the correct way. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what? Indian game chat, Team AAA, which is American Autobahn Authority, I believe is the full team name. Hang on. Yeah, no, American Autobahn Andes. Oh, I was close. They're on 77 points, but they trust that they have the other teams on the ropes right where they want them to be. Damascus Gaming, I think, did manage to slip out underneath that rope when AAA weren't looking. But we'll wait and see. Cheesedom on Emerald. They're playing the green team. Can they color coordinate? Can they manage to beat Tankrom out in a couple of rounds?
I would love to see. Tankrom definitely is not a pushover here, but I believe Cheese Lover and Random are definitely a team that cannot be just swept aside. If they do end up being a third position, I think they're going to be probably one of the strongest third position teams. But there is still possibility that they can make it happen. But with Tankrom being up in front and in this position, you can't even give it over to random, perhaps, that maybe Cheese Lover can try. Cheese Lover just has to go and deny. Tankrom here, he has the better line, but who's going to get the third here? Better outside maybe for Cheese Lover. He's right there. I think it's going to come down who jumps more to the right, and Cheese does it by 5,000ths of a second.
Absolutely not. That is violating. You can't get away with that. Cheese Lover, I didn't even know I was finalist, is incredible. No notes. Perfect.
Man plays hot off, doesn't care, wins anyway. Absolutely.
Great finish by Cheese Lover, managing to snipe it away, and now it is Tankrom versus Random, looking to stay on the 1-0 train. This is a genuinely important battle. The difference between 1-0 and 0-1 matters.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, if we look at AAA's side of view as well, I mean, they have a positive and a negative as well. Positive is that they will be most likely going into the 4th place match. A negative part is they are last position at the moment, so, you know, a bit of a battery joke there for you, you know, positive, negative. You can put the things together there. But Tankrom is the one currently in the lead. CD is trying to push the limits. Random is a bit further behind. I mean, CD is actually going for it as well. Keep in mind, CD is not a bad player as well, but can he actually hold his fort there? Very good quarter pipe and a very good wall touch, and everybody's having a bit of a rougher time, and that just allows Random to have the most easiest win of his life.
Yeah, he's just gonna cruise to the finish line from here. No chance of a snipe when everyone is over 2 seconds behind you. That will be Random picking up the round win. It will be Cheesedom picking up the 2nd place, and really happy. We're looking comfortable. They had validated one player before we even joined the match. Noisia was the first player to validate a finalist mode. Beaten out by Damascus Gaming, now beaten out by Cheesedom. I'm just saying, it's going to be rough for you, Tankrom, if you get beaten out as well by the 3rd place team. Although, because of the way the server was set up, it's just finished. We were still using the open qualifier rules, baby.
It's perfectly fine. I mean, I'm sure Import and CD are more than happy to give it away, and people are leaving as well. So I'm sure we can just take, you know, left stage exit right there, it seems, and it's gonna be good. I can already see Import wanting his rounds as well. I mean, you can offer like a XP Evo ticket to everybody involved with the with the tournament.
No. He's already advertised the event in chat once. We can't be giving him more screen time.
Yeah, but we could get free tickets to it. Shut up, Import. So, what do you think of the offer?
Well, I'm sure Randomize is silently molding wherever he is right now about the server settings, but we got one more round of matches for the day. We got the 2nd round of the Swiss bracket. Let me find the schedule. Yeah, so we're gonna set this to a very short break to allow Randomize to figure things out. We're gonna have one last caster swap of the day, give New a much needed break. He's had a long enough day as is. So
yeah.
Hey,
it's been a pleasure though, and I'm looking forward to being back here tomorrow.
Sure enough. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this. welcome back, everyone. We have Stealth back on the casting duty for the last round of today. We're just going to be getting ready for match 2.1, if you're looking at the Swiss bracket, per se. This is all the people that got first place of all of their matches. It's going to be pretty good so far from what I can see in the lobby. We got a bad PC Gamer, we're going to have Spoder, we're going to have Lingo and Cackney already in here. Who else got their first place? We have Damascus, of course, and then Yup Team. So this is looking a lot like the grand finals from the first DuoCup. Quite a few people. Yup Team, Damascus. Although Neil didn't participate, but you swap out Neil with Nats, and it's the championship team there. Wall Inspectors, I don't think they participated. And Washed, Lingo was there. He didn't like being there by the end of it, but he was there, you know? So it is worth noting that despite the little bit of technical difficulties with that last lobby that we saw in round 1 of the Swiss, it is supposed to be to 180. We're going to be playing to that. Again, these are all the teams that are that got first place, so they're all 1-0. And then the top 2 teams from this are immediately qualified into the championship bracket. They go right into the quarterfinals tomorrow, so they're done playing for today. So there is quite a lot to play for right now.
Oh, absolutely, truly, that is going to be the case. And this, I've never seen such a brutal way to do Swiss. Usually, you get first position, you get a 4th position team. No, absolutely none of that. All of the first places into a match on numero uno. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the best of the best, no free rounds here. Everyone's going to have to fight for their keep, which is it's just going to make it more exciting to watch.
That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. I mean, it's just I've never seen a tournament do it like this as well, and I love the fact that you genuinely have to fight for that position as well, because you can end up being. I believe at least if you do end up in third, the difference is that if you get third place from here, you're gonna go into 1-1 high. 4th place will go into 1-1 mid. If it doesn't, it basically just says there's gonna be 3 1-1 brackets. So that's basically where they're gonna end up. And as you said, Grenader, the top 2 will be secured for the championship bracket, which is gonna be great for them and not great for the 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah. And actually, speaking of 3rd and 4th place, not of this match that we're going to be watching, but of the very bottom one there at round 2, the match between Steel Kings, 4th place from 1-2. They didn't put that one in the thing yet, but they were working that out. So Steel Kings, whoever got 4th in that one would be AAA, I believe. And then Employee 427 and Kentucky Lamers, the bottom 2 places of that match, are just going to be eliminated entirely. They're out of it for the day. But it looks like, just going back into the game itself, it looks like they're just about ready to get started. So I think I'm going to send it over to you two, casters, and I'll set it in-game when they get the warm-up going.
Sounds good to me. Well, Stealth, awesome. We are now here. What a treat to get at the end of the day as well. Just that absolute insanity this is going to be, and I only expect good rounds, not a single crash, and that's what I'm going to stand by.
Surely. If we've seen anything so far, it's that no mistakes have been made at all. Only the cleanest lines. Surely we don't see any horrific crash outs or anything like that. But this is a great way to wrap day 1. And, getting to watch.
Yeah, but
getting to watch the top, it's great.
Yeah, but keep in mind that if everybody crashes, then nobody has technically crashed.
Right?
So
if everyone fails, no one fails.
Exactly. That is the best way to put it, So if one of the people crash, everybody can just quickly slow down, crash your nearest wall, and nothing's happened. It is a mistake-free round then, and another close racing still.
Yeah, it just balances out. It's just, if there's nothing to compare against, if everyone crashes, then it was.
Yeah, just for that round, Acronator can just quickly close the records tab, so nobody has a frame of reference of how slow the round is.
Right, yeah.
So, but regardless of that, we already have the rounds underway, and we see a few falters. Clearly, people haven't listened to us to slow down so everybody can catch up, because Neil and Stokeen are the ones having a bit of a nice time at the back, while the rest are having an absolute brawler up in front.
Yeah, the front of the pack is all very very tightly paced here. Yeah, you have Neil and Stokane falling behind, but this already, I mean, no disrespect to any competitors, this already looks cleaner across the board. Minus the 2 mistakes, just how close all of those skid marks are. You know, everyone's on just very tight lines. Everything looks very even. I'm very excited for how this is going to shape up as we move further through these rounds. But Charles with a good lead. Lingo, it's a good mix. You know, we've got the top 4 are represented by 4 different teams here.
Yeah, exactly, indeed. I mean, the only difference from the invitees is the fact that, Kachao is in the second place matches and Yep Team is the one. So 3 out of the 4 invitees are in the first place matches, with Yep Team having a greater time making it here. And currently, at least, Damascus Gaming will be taking the lead. And honestly, if I'm not gonna get a sub 102 from this match, I'm not gonna get it from anywhere else. These are, at least on paper currently, the teams that won their respective matches. If they cannot do it, nobody can. And clearly Charles is getting his first ticket to Airlines Korean.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate mistake, and again, clearly the rest of the pack did not get the memo that they need to slow down to let him catch back up. So Spoder as well making a mistake there, having to respawn. So we're going to see Charles and Spoder falling quite far behind, but the rest of the pack is all separated by about half a second, maybe a tiny bit more than that. But yeah, these rounds are going to be very exciting to see just what happens, because I think it is going to boil down to mistakes. I don't really think there's going to be a lot of just pure outpacing like we've seen in some of the other rounds.
Well, you say that Neil does have a very comfortable outpacing round at the moment compared to everybody, with a 0.4 as well on the board, so very solid speed. But Stealth, are you a betting man? I mean, you did tempt fate by playing Deep Dip for the longest amount of times, but are you a betting man, Stealth?
I like the risk. I don't like losing.
Well, you cannot
anytime
lose
I gamble.
This question I'm gonna ask you at the moment: are we going to get a round where we have all 4 teams in finalist mode?
I would say yes.
Ooh, he will accept the bet here. Well, we'll have to now wait and see. I will honestly, I that's why I'm asking. I do consider that there is a very high likelihood that we might go into a situation where we have finalists on everybody involved, but nobody has gotten through yet.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. I mean, obviously, some mistakes have been made, and not the cleanest lines from everybody. But this is all the winners. These are the best drivers in the competition right now. So while we have seen Charles shining with a lot of good pace, everyone here has a chance. So it'll be really interesting to see. Not one person sneaking through, that might be a little bit tough. But it's very possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible with the great round times as well. 0.3, we're getting faster and faster now. But yeah, it's very possible that the most likeliest outcome is that everybody will get into finalist position. How many people have already gotten their tickets secured and waiting for a friend? That's something to be up to debate, because now we're seeing a bit of a point cap where 2 of the teams are slowly getting away, while Wall Inspectors and Yep Team are taking a bit of a back-end stance. But Korean is among the longest tracks in the pool as well, and very much equal at the same time with the new map Jade, but this is still the longest track in the pool.
Yeah, and as we're saying, Wall Inspector's falling behind a little bit with Yep Team. Spoder again falling back with an early mistake. It's not gonna be a road back to the front of the pack as long as mistakes are happening early. But we do see PC up toward the front, so it's not that Wall Inspectors are totally out of it. But I mean, the separation between top 4 is just so minuscule. These races are, I mean, these rounds are coming down to just little tiny differences.
Yeah, but the tiny difference is the fact that Wash could be potentially looking to get an ace, and the only difference is at PC Gamer could be up to the task. Cagney is going to try to go for the better speed. PC Gamer gets the clip, and there's an ace on the board. Both of the members of Washed, not as washed, but definitely rinsing their opponents at the moment, and making sure that they're going to take a dominant lead, because even Damascus Gaming didn't get a lot of points in that round as well.
Yeah, it's a big round for Washed, and kind of a big fumble for Wall Inspectors. PC was in 3rd and fell all the way down to 5th because of that clip at the end. So a lot of points left on the board there, unfortunately, and Washed able to take a big, like you said, an ace. It's a lot of points to be able to get in a single round. So you take that every time, especially with how well Damascus has been driving to that point as well.
Yeah, absolutely, indeed. Now we move on to the second longest track. So we might be going in the order of the longest tracks, in the
working our way down.
Yeah, we started with the longest track. Now it's the second longest track, and one of the newer maps, Jade. Honestly, I do like the track. Everything flows really well, and then you have the ending. Clearly, you built the nicest flow track. It goes so well, and then you decided, I'm gonna up one of the previous maps in the Pan American, which was Garlic Bread, and I'm gonna make it even more riskier, which has already claimed victims. There's plenty of doomstones already just collecting by the side of the track at this point.
Yeah, this risky Finn has definitely claimed several runs, and I think even probably ended a few runs in this competition already. So it'll be interesting to see just how consistent anyone is actually able to get in there and secure their spots.
Yeah, but we see that Wall Inspectors and Yep Team are definitely the ones struggling. And again, red and blue buff is clearly imminent. If you want to win your match, be on the red or blue team. Basically, it's a guaranteed minimum second position at this point. Because, if you're on green and purple, well, you're immediately just stuck in 3rd and 4th. It's just guaranteed immediately.
Yeah, it seems to be the purple and green curse for sure.
We'll have to keep tabs on that. But Charles and Neil, both 1 and 2, are going to get an ace of their own if everything goes well in the ending. Cagney does have a good line, but that is not going to be enough. But the 101-2 as well. That is fast.
That is fast.
I mean, he is the world record holder, but that's a 10th off his world record.
Yeah, driving, I mentioned this earlier, being able to drive a time like that in rounds while competing is really something. It's different when you can hunt the map and practice it. There's no pressure there. But knowing that you have, 7 other competitors, I guess one's your teammate, right on your tail, pushing pace and being able to drive lines like this and be this consistent and just execute with surgical precision is incredibly impressive.
I had a glimpse of what Spooter's horn is. I had an immediate giggle, He has, I believe his horn is the Titanic song.
But it's like the flute, right?
Yeah, the flute.
It's like the bad,
and it's not, the characteristic flute. It's really properly, slightly, made even more sad, and given his position, truly befitting. But what is befitting is the fact that Yep Team is actually taking more of the helm in this round. 1 and 3, and Neil is trying to deny BMQS, but these are some good points that if Yep Team can finish, and Stokeen goes a bit too low, and does not make it, so turn left and make your nearest exit to the safe finish.
Yeah,
also a very nice time again.
Yeah, another 101-2, but that's coming from BMQS this time.
Wow, everybody wants to get into that nice leaderboard that we have on the right, free advertising. Oh. But now I get immediately told by my producer that they don't even get an immediate glory. They have to actually wait for it to pop up there as well. So, at least the earlier you drive it, the more likely you're going to see it there.
Yeah, so just drive a world record early, and then you get to see your name. Easy.
Yeah, it's gonna be very nice and pretty. Even as your team color there as well. You know, and BMQS was very close to pulling that off as well. So we are definitely pushing the limits of Jade and Charles. Getting ever so smaller on my screen. I don't know if it is the same for you, but he's just gone.
Yeah, he is. I don't really have words for just how fast he's driving. It just feels like there's zero hesitation.
Yeah, this could be honestly world record pace if my checkpoint memorization is correct. At the exact same time as BMQS from the previous run. Clearly, somebody has leaked the script, or you know the macro for the track, and clearly Charles and BMQS have it.
They've shared their inputs, and they have them memorized.
Oh, but honestly, 3 rounds in a row and every single round we have a 0.2. This just shows why they are first position in their respective matches. They are here to win, and you don't win if you don't drive slower than a 0.2. Clearly, at this point. So honestly,
at this point,
that's to win, just drive a world record. It's as easy as that.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. All you have to do is drive a world record. And we do see Cackney make a mistake, falling way behind now, so that's going to be points missed out on from Washed. So this could be an opportunity for Damascus to put even more space between them and Washed, who are really the only team actually causing any danger in these points so far.
Yeah, it's definitely proving to be a bit of a top 2 race here, but it can go turn on its head in an instance, because if the right track for certain people comes around, it's easy points, and for the time being, it is Lingo who will be enjoying a good position, because Neil did touch. But I say that Lingo had to respawn, and it Washed is going down the drain at the moment. I'm gonna try to fit in as many of these puns as I possibly can, and they are last as well.
That is so brutal. Literally the instant you said it, the caster's curse there was no delay.
Oh, it works so wonders. As soon as I try to compliment somebody, it just instantly flips. It works horribly, too consistently well. I don't know how I pull it off, but it just works every single
horrifically effective.
Yes, it is super effective if you want to go by Pokemon terms, but it works wonders.
Yeah. All right, well, now we've moved on to our new map, Golden Hour, doing a little bit of a warm-up here, and as our map times are decreasing slowly but surely.
But it isn't the third. It isn't the third longest track. It's ramps that is the third longest track. Now there's some missed opportunities there, but it would have been easier to remember at least the order as well. But
True.
It is what it is. They're almost the same, but not quite. But this is the round where we go ahead. I mean, Wash could really use some points, because all of a sudden from that round where they got only 3 points, Wall Inspectors and Yep team are all of a sudden very much closer, and Damascus have already reached triple digits as well. So and Lingo is in the first pole as well, so not looking as good, and Damascus definitely putting on the pressure for everybody else.
Yeah, Damascus, I won't say running away with it at this point, but they've definitely been driving the most consistently, and honestly, in a format like this where if you can be in the top 4, even if you don't, even if you're not taking first and second, that's better points than falling out beneath that threshold. So they've been driving really well, and as I say that, Neil falling way back in the pack after a mistake, so it's going to be Charles, Stokane, and PC up in the front, but they've definitely been just grabbing points by the handful, and a little bit, running away with it so far.
Yeah, it's when everybody gets so much spread around. This is where Charles is first, Neil is 7, Stokane is second, BMQS is last. It evens out the points, and if you do the math, you all of a sudden realize that from that round, Charles and Neil still got the most amount of points, but everybody else got like 8, 10 with their team, so nothing really changed in the standings. Nobody got really much closer. So this is where you really want to make advantage of the fact that, as you said, if you're able to stick in the top 4, those points are just going to rack up a nice and easy.
Yeah. Seeing a better start so far from Wall Inspectors, but yep, Team you see Stokine falling far behind now, so that's another unfortunate round, and there's some points left on the board again. Damascus driving as well as they have, just putting on a clinic so far. At this point, it kind of feels like Damascus versus everybody.
Yeah, but there is one problem on the server. First of all, somebody fell off, and that was Cackney. That's one problem. That was not the problem I was going to talk about. That's the second problem. That's also not the problem that I was going to talk about. I'm trying to make a point here, people. Let me make it. I was about to say that there's a person on the server, Lingo, who can deny anybody at any given round. Not in that one, but a good time by Damascus and good points as well. Again, 18 points. But Lingo is known to just somehow a wide arrive and just make everybody's life a living hell. Because if he can just stay in first position, it doesn't matter how many points your team gets, because you're not going to go through.
Yeah. That was a tough one to watch.
I mean, I was just trying to make a point. Cackney just flies off. Lingo flies off. Yeah, it didn't look good for them. But it did look good for Damascus, who are now 42 points away from their nearest competitor.
Yeah, when you talk about putting some space between you and second place, that is exactly what Damascus has been doing so far. And now all of a sudden, Washed is no further ahead. They've got no gap. They've got 6 points on both Yep Team and Wall Inspectors. So very quickly, the lead that they seemed to have before, it is completely diminished.
Well, hopefully they wash off some of that bad luck from the pool on this track, because they're going to need some points, because, yeah, Wall Inspectors and Yep Team are closing and rapidly. That mirror is showing how fast they're going to get there. BMQS has a bit of a fumble in the end, giving a bit of a nice points to Washed, an extra point for their troubles. Cackney is going to make it as well. Nice time as well. We haven't quite hit the sub 57, but that is a very hard time to push on this track. This is where it is, you have to fully send it to get a 56. So a 57.0 is absolutely legendary by Neo, but look at that. Washed 94, Wall Inspectors 96, Yep Team 91, and just like that, there's a 3-horse race for that second position.
Absolutely. Yeah, all of a sudden, in the last couple of rounds, things have gotten a lot more interesting for that second place spot. Damascus probably feeling pretty comfortable. They're driving insanely fast times, it feels like, every single round, with the very rare mistake from either Charles or Neil. So kind of feels like they're going to get to that finalist spot pretty quickly here. But like you said, there's one problem on the server, and his name is Lingo. And he's doing his thing right now where he can just gatekeep that finalist finish if he can just do this over and over again.
Yeah, but his teammate wasn't as fortunate, at least. Cackney did not make the water section, but Lingo is going to come through 57-1. And, you know, it is very solid indeed. Everybody's having a bit of a tumble. I mean, Neil is also there. Goes for the safe finish and gives away an extra point over to Washed. Didn't want to go for the risky. I didn't see what his line was, so maybe it was a good decision to go for. But, hey, Cackney takes that extra point. It works for them, and and all of a sudden, Washed and Wall Inspectors are equally on 106 as well. Damascus on 57, but you know, it can turn on a dime.
Yeah, and like we've seen, just because they get to Damascus might be a different situation because they seem to be winning rounds pretty consistently. But just because you achieve finalist does not mean that you are through. We've seen it happen where you qualify for finalist and all of a sudden you can't win a round and you can't get out of the match. So just depends on how these shake out, but Damascus has a good lead in terms of time. They've got opportunities, many rounds to potentially win before anyone else is really knocking at the door.
That is definitely true, but probably the worst server to fall into that position that you have to wait for somebody to finish is this one, because you have 6 other competitors who can equally match your pace if they want to. So that 41 points sounds great now, But if you're going to be stuck in finalist mode forever because one of these 6 players denies you, those points, that 41-point gap is going to close down quite fast. And we can already see that Charles and Neil, well, they are trying to fight for those spots, but Cagney and Stokeen are the ones slowly denying. Everybody else has had a bit of a round, to put it lightly, but Damascus is, at least, as you said rightly, they are consistent. They're going to get to that 180-point mark, but we'll have to wait and see how nice everybody is in allowing them through in that position. But Stokeen and Cagney definitely not making it easy for them to at least get some good points, but they are pushing the limits here.
Yeah, no free rounds here. Cagney and Stokeen definitely, like you said, putting up a really good fight here. Charles looks like he is going to end up sniping the first in that final turn. But yeah, it's another variety top 4. We've got one representative from each team.
But they are not in the correct order as well. It's not like it's red, purple, blue, and green, and then it's also red, purple, green, not green, blue, and green. Colors are difficult, apparently, because I can't even say them in a row correctly.
It's all right.
But 10 points more and they're finalists, so... And then the fun part begins.
Yeah, then the drama really starts to unfold, because how long does it take for Damascus to get out of the match? How long does it take for them to win the matches or win the rounds that they need to get their drivers out? That's the real question, because finalist is imminent. It's right around the corner. But we'll see how these next rounds shake out, because like you said, if there's a single lobby where you do not want to get stuck not winning a round, it's this one.
Yeah, but honestly, looking at this round, are they gonna get finalists at the moment? Because with the positions that they are in, and if my math is wrong, well, actually, they might just be in the position, or they could get 9 points. Charles doesn't make it, so that dream is gone. So they give everybody else just one more opportunity to get ever so closer before they get into final spot.
Well, one more round, and as long as they finish, they will have a guaranteed finalist after this. But again, look at the other 3 teams. Separated by 3 points. Wall Inspectors, yep, team sharing at 122. It's still that 3-horse race, very, very even for second place.
Yeah, that's gonna be an absolute brawl. If it's one of those cases where if the wall is removed, if Damascus Gaming leave quite early and they secure their points, basically it's gonna be Electric Boogaloo number 2, because then another match is gonna start, because basically we're just gonna rewind it, and then Washed Wall Inspectors and Yep team are gonna go basically and try to fight for the top end, because then Neil and Charles are gone. Currently Neil and Charles are doing a good job of not giving points to the other teams as well, because if they can finish 1 and 2, I mean that's just being a bit mean, being the school bully at the moment. Bad PC Gamer is trying to fight the bullies at the moment, doing actually a good job. He might just have more speed, and he does snipe.
He does take first. With a 54-3 or a 54-4. I'm sorry, pretty good time.
Exactly. At least it isn't a full sweep going into finalist mode for Damascus Gaming. But they are in finalist mode, so now how long will it take? So let's start counting. Round numero 1 is underway. Can one of them already do it?
I know that we said that we would have all 4 in finalists, but that was before the match started. And now seeing the way it's playing out, I would bet that in the next 2 rounds, guaranteed one of Damascus gets a round win.
Oh, you have just cursed them. Well, I know who I'm gonna point the finger to if they're knocking.
I'm confident enough. They've been driving consistently. I'll give them 1 round to make a mistake.
Okay, so you're lenient in that regard. Well, you are at least going on a very good bet at the moment, because Neil and Charles are in the lead. There is one man, and one man only, trying to deny them here. It is Cagney at the moment, but it seems that Damascus Gaming are not here to fool around. And then one of them is going to go through. Now, which one of the Damascus boys is going to be? It is going to be Neil. And honestly, I would actually put Neil through first, and Charles, because I feel like Charles has been the more consistent part of the Damascus gaming. But one of them is through now. But can Charles do it in the next round? We are going to switch maps. But will it be done already on the first round?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Because if he can get out, if Charles can win this next round and just clean his hands of this, and it's ramps, which is just going to be. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Well, I haven't seen any of these teams basically, apart from Yep team. If I remember right, at least, Tolkien did not have the greatest time here. But I believe he did secure his position on this track. He was the lone survivor, I believe, but I could be remembering wrong. Memory is a haze, especially when it's almost 1 a.m. Here for me. So,
there you go.
This and that, time is relative, but we'll see if Charles is able to secure it in due time and in the first round.
Yeah, if he can get out quick, like you said, it'll be interesting where kind of the group that's been gatekeeping points will be gone, and the rest of the competitors are so evenly matched, it'll almost be like a fresh start as Lingo has to respawn and is way out of the running here. So Charles can't be gatekept by Lingo this time.
Yeah, and currently it seems that they are slowly faltering like flies at the moment. We have 3 competitors up in front against Charles. Stokin is out as well. They're dropping like flies. One corner, we take one out. BMQS and Cagney are the ones currently in the lead. Cagney has a very good lead, but can he hold on to this as Charles goes very fight, but just about makes it. Good low jump, keeps himself in the mix. Charles is going to try to push. He has to go very tight to get the maximum amount of exit speed. Is it going to be enough?
Yes.
And it is not enough.
By 1,000th. He is denied by Cagney. That is incredible. It looked like he had the speed. I thought he was going to get the snipe.
Yep, but he was just not enough to the right, because you do want to take it as far to the right as possible, because as long as it's a sideways finish, the more closer you are to the closer side, the better you are. And that time, Charles just missed out by 1,000. And now, well, there is round number 1. That's gatekeep there. And now let's see how long does this roller coaster ride. Neil got it on his first try. Well, technically they went hand in hand, and Charles allowed Neil to take it this time. Now let's see if Charles can actually pull it up, because ramps is not the most easiest try to do that, but he might have to wait for his turn on the next map.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Ramps. Yikes, is the great equalizer is what I was about to say. And there it is, striking again as Charles is out of the running on this one. So we'll just see how these points get distributed amongst the other competitors now. But it looks like we're going to have to wait another round before Charles can get his qualification, get out of here.
Yep, that is round number 2. So we keep on going. I mean, ramps is definitely proving to be a bit of a difficult part as well. And I mean, I can see what Charles and Lingo were trying to do there. Strong word of advice, it's not worth it. Don't go for it. They are trying to, I believe they were trying to break tap their way. But if you do it wrong, you are going to be in the wall. And both of them went in synchronization there.
Yeah.
Yeah, or if it isn't even no brakes, but still, then you shouldn't be able to slide out. So I have no idea what they did there.
You can you can release in a dirt flick for speed as well.
Yeah, but you should not do that.
It's not a good idea.
Yeah, you really want to just get the tighter line there, but but they removed the brakes there. I mean, that's not the fun. That's the idea behind the flick there. You can use the brake tap to get the extra amount of speed. Somebody go and remove that. I want more fun.
Right? Make some changes.
But Charles is in first position and in a very comfortable position as well.
Yeah, through the quarter pipe. Good exit speed. This could be the round win that Charles is looking for. Let's see if I just casters cursed him or not.
Nah, he should be fine. That's
He's
a good line
good.
there. Goes for the low jump. 0.582 as well. What a insane time as well to end it off. So Damascus Gaming is done. Now for the rest to have a bit of a fun time on their own now. The Damascus wall has been removed. Let the floodgates open.
Yeah, now it's anyone's game. I mean, only 10 points separating. Well, now a little bit more than that, but they're all very close. So this is going to be interesting. Unfortunately, BMQS making an early mistake is going to fall behind, but like we've seen, mistakes are plentiful on ramps. So we'll see who else makes a mistake and how this actually ends up playing out.
Yeah, I mean, there is a world where there's a possibility that every single team, I'm trying to do the math in my head, no, it actually probably is, yeah, there is a world where if the stars align, everybody could go simultaneously into finalist mode here. But looking at the positions right now, everybody's just color-coded, so that is definitely not going to happen.
No, it looks like Washed is going to get their first and second. Everyone's going in waves. Looks like a staggered start almost, the way everyone's coming in here.
Yep, everybody has a nice, 1 second between Washed and the wall inspectors, 1 second between wall inspectors and team. Single file, here we come. But it works out wondrously for Washed because they're denying so many points. And they get to have their first opportunities at finalist mode. But of course, we have to make a quick map switch. And we are back at Korean. We have gone through all the maps and we're back where we started.
Home sweet home, you might say.
Well, it depends on who you ask. It's definitely a long journey there still, but if you get second position here, you're going to have a much nicer time already. And you don't have to, play for a fair bit tomorrow, because tomorrow they have those people who are going to be third and fourth have to play 2 more matches, Swiss round 3 and possibly even 4. Depends how well they do, and then have to go into championship bracket as well. So some of these players could have a very long day tomorrow.
Agreed. Yeah, getting the better seeding here is going to be better in the long run. Like you said, the fatigue of playing that many matches, it has to factor in at a certain point.
Well, here it is. I mean, also, thank you, Neil and Jumpy, for rating us as well. Neil, very well done with Charles as well. Now you get to see how everybody else can get their things sorted out here. But for the time being, at least, we see that... I will say that Cagney is the one that has really just come into his own in these few matches. He's been definitely fighting for those first positions, and we see Bad PC Gamer having a bit of a fumble there. So it is the Yep team trying to catch up to Wash the member Cagney there. But Cagney is on a 1.5 at the moment.
Yeah, Cagney, a player who I'm not as well versed in the competitive scene, but someone who I've interacted with just through various different events and things like that. Someone who just drives incredibly well when he wants to. And you can see here, 102, pretty solid time. And he's going to go ahead and get that round win.
Yep, and now leaves Lingo to do the business. And I mean, if there's one player you want to do it, but honestly, Lingo has had not the greatest time. And now, basically, we have 5 people. We have 3 more rounds here. So there is a possibility that we will find out who will be second and third on Korean already. Lingo is absolutely sending it and clearly got the memo, and he's like, okay, Cagney got through, I'll guess I'll do it now as well.
Yeah, it's my turn. I let him go. Now I can have my moment.
Yeah, but it's gonna be tough, but Lingo does love to push. The one thing with competitive driving is always the fact that you only know how to drive risky. There is no such thing as safe driving. That's for people who lost their first match, basically. If you're gonna drive, you're gonna drive risky because that's what you practice, that's what you're comfortable with, And that is why Lingo is currently 2 tenths ahead in front of Bad PC Gamer. How can he do that until the very end? We will see in about 2 seconds. And he does indeed. So Lingo will secure that second position with a solid time as well. Gets washed into the championship bracket and leaves Wall Inspectors and Yep Team 2v2 to decide who will be third and who will be fourth.
Yeah, now this is interesting. I mean, like we said, first and second, they're good. They're into the championship bracket. They're solid. Now you're just really determining seeding. And I would argue these still matter quite a bit.
Well, definitely so. Well, Spooter is definitely giving another shot, an opportunity to Yep Team. And I will say that currently my odds and bets are with Yep Team. At least on paper, they should be the ones to close it out, at least in my opinion. Bad PC Gamer has been in the front, so he could definitely deny it, but that would leave Spooter, I don't think we've seen him that much up in front. So I've seen BMQS and Stokin more so than Spooter. So and currently it's looking to be that Yep Team are also just we are gonna take their position.
Yeah, Spooter has been struggling a little bit today. He's had a couple rounds. I think he had a round where he was in second once or twice, but PC definitely has more consistent pace, and I would have to agree though. Yep are definitely feel like they're going to be the ones getting out of here pretty quickly.
Well, BMQS leaves Stokin there to leave his fellow compatriot to fight out against Spooter and a Bad PC Gamer. He has one more round on Corian, and after that we move on to Jade. So if there's any time to do it at the moment for Stokin, it is here, because Bad PC Gamer and Spooter have been struggling on this track, so it would be a perfect opportunity for him to just get it sorted out. No ifs and buts there, no hassle, no trouble, and close it out here and let the wall inspectors inspect the lower part of the 1-1 bracket. And at the moment, Bad PC Gamer already says, I'm out, had a crash, leaving Spooter to do all the work and try to deny Stoking to the bitter end.
Yeah, we'll see if Spooter is able to put together a run here. Stoking with a pretty solid lead, it feels. But you never know. Crazier things have happened.
Crazier things have happened indeed. Spooter will have more speed here. I will be able to catch up a little bit. Now a bit more. Now a bit even more. And now all of a sudden with 9,000 separating, this could be the difference between a Bad PC game. Oh my god, how is he still alive? You are not going to go that tight, Spooter.
A little clip. A little too risky, and he does not make it.
Yeah, a bit too ambitious, that's for sure. But it does secure Yep Team the third position, which means that as things stand tomorrow, Yep Team will go into the top end of the 1v1s, and Wall Inspectors will go into the mid match of the 1v1. So something to still play for, and it does mean that, at least as far as I can stand, I do look at the 1v1 matches, and honestly, the third place actually gets a bit more shafted, not gonna lie, but I'm not gonna commentate on that. This Swiss mod is absolutely wild to begin with, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, the Swiss format it's going crazy so far.
That's for sure. I don't know if we have actually any matches as well. I do see a lot of results being posted as well, so we might have to have a bit of a gander if something is still underway, or if there is something still underway, because I believe 2 matches have already concluded. Whether there is something else underway, well,
I think match 4 might be. That one still has 8 players in the lobby. Match 3 only had 6. Now keep in mind, it is still going on, match 4, so if you guys want to hop in there, I can send you back in. It looks like Steel Kings has already saved themselves, and AAA and Kentucky Lamers are trying to do the same.
I mean, it is basically all the hopes and dreams in that match on Import, whether he can keep AAA alive. So that is where we might be jumping. And honestly, I think this is a fair match to keep. The 2 of these teams will be going out of the tournament here, so they have one shot, one opportunity for final glory still to keep themselves alive, or gonna have to go and warm the benches for tomorrow.
Yeah, losing these, losing here would be tough, but does not look like employee 427 is going to get eliminated quite yet, as they are doing a good job of holding out.
Well, they are taking finalist mode now, so they join the fray of Kentucky Labors and AAA. And apparently, Camper got a PB as well in that round, so congratulations to him. At least
you
I'm
love
going
to
in
see
game
it.
chat. That is nice for him.
PB in rounds is always a good feeling.
Yeah, but it was a 55.1 if I saw that correctly. So, you know, the fastest time imaginable on Emerald of all things. But hey, you're in finalist mode, so that is what matters.
Right?
Sambertooth is making a good case of keeping Kentucky Lamers in the run, because if he finishes first, that is GG for Stanley and AAA.
Yeah. It all really does come down to this. It's Stanley is fighting for their life right now, and they're going to have to do something. But Sambertooth is running away with it as we watch this one currently.
Yeah, it's gonna be closing out. That is not what you want to be doing with that much of a lead.
Oh no!
And all of a sudden, on Emerald, the final round on this track will be sudden death. Good luck. That's all I gotta say.
No pressure.
No pressure. Good luck and have fun.
It really did look like Sambertooth was going to go ahead and steal that one, but one mistake on the sausage, and everything fell apart.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one, because this is the final round on Emerald, because we are not going to play who's going to be third and fourth, because two of these three teams will be going out of the tournament. This is the lower end of the bracket as well, so Sambertooth, well, looking at the moment to have a second opportunity. Lightning doesn't strike twice, right, Stealth? That's what they usually say.
Surely not.
I mean, well, I guess we're about to see.
Yeah, we'll find out in a moment here, but as it's playing out, Sambertooth has been just faster on this track so far, but a little bit of a mistake.
Oh no.
Import is going to take the lead. Again. Oh my god. Crashing the quarter pipe, but
the wildest thing ever here.
Somehow stayed with it.
Oh no, that's GG. Good luck. Well, you tried, Import. A valiant effort, but that ending is not gonna cut the mustard. And Sambertooth does get it done. Kentucky Lamers move on to the next bracket for tomorrow, and that leaves employee 427, Stanley, and AAA out of the tournament.
Yeah, those sudden death rounds are those are something.
I mean, that was a very interesting one as well. It almost looked as if Import was gonna do that madness there, but the madness didn't happen quite. The ending did screw him over there, but it was almost there.
It was close.
Almost. That's the word of the day, it seems to be. But speaking of the day, that's pretty much it in terms of the rounds. All the matches have been played. If I refresh the bracket, let's see if they give me a nice little visual of who moved on. Yeah, okay, it looks to be all updated. So let's take a gander here, folks, at what we got to close the day out. Because it's been quite the day. Of course, Damascus and Washed got immediately qualified. They're in the championship bracket. They're in the quarterfinals. If I go over here, you can see them. Have the potential of seeing another Charles Neal, Lingo, and Cackney in the grand finals, potentially. Actually, even the semifinals, too. I forgot, right? The format's a little bit different. We'll worry about that tomorrow. But as for everyone else, well, you can see, looks like Kachow and Cheese Dumb got first and second. Not too surprising. Kentucky Air and Arrow to the Knee are going to drop down to that 1-1 low bracket there. Let's see. Runa and Herman fans also are going to fall down. So maybe Randomized gets knocked out of the bracket faster than others. We'll have to see there. And of course, you got AAA and Employee 427 that have completely fallen out. So long, Poggers, Cock, TM, Kemper, having fun with the renames. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting situation tomorrow. We're gonna start off with quite a few bangers. I mean, quite a few teams are gonna have the potential to either qualify straight in or get eliminated once again. Any predictions there, fellas?
I mean, I will say one thing, that I don't think Rana are going to be out, because, I mean, I look at their opposition at the moment, and out of the 4 teams in that lower bracket, they are indeed the highest seeded. So I think Randomize can enjoy a bit of the tomorrow as well for a bit longer than just one match, unless absolute combustion happens. So and Rookie again pulls off the strategy of letting Randomize through first.
We're never gonna let him forget that.
So yeah, but overall, I think there's gonna be some good matches. I think obviously you are gonna be spectating the 1-1 high match, of course, for all things considered. Unless you want to see if give more eyes to the people that might be going out or eliminated, but I think there's some good matchups there as well. Yep Team, Kachao, really happy, and Steel Kings as well. I mean, doing a stellar job, Solly and Elksar, being in that high matchup as well. Definitely the dark horse, I think, in that matchup.
Yeah, right. It seems like they've been kind of the dark horse all day long, almost. You wouldn't expect Alex and Sully to be such a high-placing team.
And they came to show what they could do, and that's exactly what they're doing.
I mean, it helps to win. That's as simple as that. Win, and you get to play more.
Yeah, win and you get the easy route to the championship bracket. Again, we'll be doing that in like the second half of the day tomorrow, because we do have to finish the Swiss bracket, as it were. You can see over here on the far right hand side when people will actually get in and whatnot. If all this looks convoluted, you can just don't worry about it. We'll get to it when we get to it. It'll become easier as you see more. But anyway, folks, I think that's just about all we have for today. There's not too much else to talk about. Of course, got to give one last little shout out to HD Enlightenment for the sponsor of the prize pool, as well as Cosmos, I believe, donated. I don't know how much, but he donated just before the event started today. HD in particular hosts regular weekly events in the Kentucky Trackmania Discord, with the $100 being split between the top 2 players each week, and the top 8 of each week will also earn points to the annual leaderboard, potentially qualifying you into a $1,000 event over in December. So we've got plenty of time. If you're worried that you haven't started already, you can still gain points if that sounds interesting to you. You can follow any of the links up on the screen to go check that out. I know myself, who else? Nats, Alex, and Just Marcel are the rotating cast of hosts that we have for that event. So feel free to check that out every Saturday at 4 p.m. ET, Eastern Time, or 10 p.m. CET. It is open to anyone across the world, Europeans, APAC, any region. Feel free to join or check it out. Either way, Stealth, do you have any closing words? I'll just go down the line.
No, this has been fantastic, and I'm really excited for tomorrow. See how the rest of the Swiss shakes out, and just how the rest of this whole DuoCup unfolds. That's all I got.
Critty, got any final thoughts?
My final thoughts are in the fact that I will be enjoying my day 2 of shoveling gravel tomorrow, and hopefully teams won't be shoveling their way out of the tournament tomorrow as well when I come back as well. So, but honestly, it's going to be a wild one as well. These matches, you have 8 players on the server, and it's been an absolute wild ride as well. And you can rely on your teammate until the points gathering ends, and at that point, every man for himself, unless you're in a position to help out your teammate for one round.
Crazy format. We're going to see plenty more of it tomorrow. Stream starts once again matches start at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. You can translate that to your own time zone, as it were. It depends on where you are in the world. We will do a pre-show about 10 minutes prior to that. The first round of matches starting, so if you want to tune in early for that, once again, otherwise, that's all we have for today. Hope to see you tomorrow, and I hope you have a great day.